signal from another world. Sir?
This man is not a hero, he's a criminal.
Hello, everybody. It's your buddy Admiral Teag. How you doing? Tweet out that we're live. Hit those like and follow buttons. And if you're coming through later, share the show. Please hit like. Try out our journey to 30 likes. And welcome to our discussion of the second part of the cinematic journey of Star Trek. Last week, we did movies 1 through 6, aptly calling the episode The Good. This week, we do movies 7 through 10. Debatably in the minds of some, calling this segment The Bad. With me are the Saving Star Trek brokerage of Sean and JT Kirk. Hello, gentlemen. How are you this fine evening?
Hail.
Doing well, doing well.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you and to the chat.
Happy New Year to everyone out there. It's great to talk to everybody. I was with you guys right after the year changed. Not you guys, the subs. I was with the channel members when the year changed over. And hey, Ruby Hoove is here. Thank you for gifting an Admiral Teag membership. And for also, by doing so, reminding me that Admiral Teag needs to turn the Rumble stream on. So now everybody over on the other side, thanks to Ruby Hoove, gets to see the show too. And let's see who got their free membership from our friend Ruby. Ruby Hoove gifted a membership to Max Redstone. Max, it's good to see you hanging out, checking out the material.
Yes.
Yes, he's a Redstone. He's related to Sumner Redstone. It's Max Redstone. He's much bigger than Sumner Redstone. Sumner Redstone tend to sum up things. Max Redstone. Now, Max, it's the maximum you can get. Guys, what can we say about Star Trek The Next Generation? On TV, they reached some of the highest highs we ever saw, and they had some of the best bottle episodes in the history of Star Trek. And again, thank you, Ruby Hoove, and welcome to everyone who's here. It's good to see everybody. Wallace is here. Miskatonic is here. The Trek Reviewer is here. Good to see you guys. I got my bridge crew with me of Sean and JT. I don't know if Resolute's out there. I see Lombardi in the crowd. I see John the Beagle Dad in the crowd. Is that Kyle Cullen out there I see, or is he coming through later? I don't know, buddy. Where are you? Sci-Fi Sith Dad and Mark Harkness are out there. Oh, I see Kyle Cullen. He was here earlier. It's good to see all of you here. Lombardi, I said. Guys, it's great to be here. What could I say? We just had 6 fantastic movies in a row. And then
6 or 7?
6. I would say 6. we had 6 fantastic movies in a row last week.
He didn't get it, Sean. It's okay.
Yeah.
7 is a 10. That's why I get confused. Did I pick up on the thread of the joke?
No, you still didn't.
I'm still
it's okay.
totally
It's
lost.
the meme that the kids are doing 6 and 7 or 6 or 7.
I haven't. Yeah, I saw that. I'm too tuned out to know what it is. One thing I try to do is when I'm not doing YouTube, I try to stay a little bit more off the Twitter than I used to. So if it's trending, I might not know it.
Well, I only know because I've got kids in my life that keep me attuned to the current vernacular.
I'm going to unchain mine from the radiator soon. Don't
What
worry.
the youths say. Yeah.
The Utes, yeah, I am confused by the Utes, but if you, as you see, guys, I've got my Jets shirt on for, it's appropriate for Star Trek: The Next Generation. We have 4 movies where we start out unsteady, and the analogy they're telling people is, oh, don't worry, remember how, like, movie 1 for the first crew, people were a little skeptical, and look what happened with our next movie, it was Wrath of Khan, and their next movie, they went for action, and there was something to it as far as, we liked our Star Trek heroes. They're able to sustain a movie. Now we're going for the first time without any help from anyone else. They're their own stars. One mistake I think they made early on is, although I think Alice Krieg, did I say hi to the Trek reviewer? Though I think Alice Krieg is beautiful and stuff like that, like, she's not a movie villain, in my opinion. Like, we don't have too many strong villains in the Next Generation at all. So they're making that mistake over and over. And I also... In the movie that I pledged to myself to try to understand, guys, I'm not going to lie. I went to see Star Trek Star Trek Generations, and I'm like, it'll grow on me. Like, I didn't think it was great when I saw it. Like, it was like, it'll grow on me. I was pissed that Captain Kirk was dead, too. But I liked Picard, and I was willing to see where it was going. With Star Trek, First Contact, I was like, it's an action movie. All right. Like, a lot of this movie doesn't make sense. It's kind of dumb. I was annoyed by the movie. I was like, all right, Private Parts is the best movie of this year, but, we also got a Star Trek movie. What are you going to do?
God, those came out in the same year?
I think they're both 96.
Oh, man.
Because Generations is 94. It comes out like months after the TV show ends. Like, they were not wasting time.
Yeah, by the way, I threw a distraction in the private chat.
Did you? What we have
I
now?
have to look.
Oh, sir,
out
very
on that one,
controversial,
please.
sir. All right, guys. So listen, here's the deal with Star Trek 7 Generations. They kind of try to bridge the gap between the two movies, and then with Star Trek 8, 9, and 10. We let the TV people continue being the movie people, which is not what happened the first time around. Like we sat down and the people at the TV, at the movie studio said to Gene Roddenberry, they said to him, Sir, we can't have this. This was chaotic. This was like, you almost bankrupted the studio. Like, we needed, like, if that other movie hadn't have hit, we would have been done. Like, this was like, we understand the movie made back money, but we can't make movies like this. This is brinksmanship, like playing with we're not rolling the dice on our entire future in Hollywood every time you want to make a movie. And he was like, sirs, how can you not? I'm Gene Roddenberry. And they're like, you're going to make a TV show. And they brought in professional movie writers, and I would think it was to their benefit. We needed Star Trek 1 to be Star Trek 1 so we could have a Star Trek-like experience. And then when we went action, we tended to fall back to more lore-oriented or more slightly grounded stories every, say, other movie. Star Trek 1 is really Star Trekian out there. Star Trek 2, not quite as far wildly out there. I mean, yes, the technology with the Genesis device, but, it was a story about friendship, loyalty, and sacrifice, not about the birth of a new life form that's a child that shouldn't be held accountable for, like, multiplicable, like, mass deletions, including a lot of Federation personnel, and Spock's father in Klingon drag. I mean, it was just not, if you wanted to identify as a Klingon that day, he didn't deserve to be killed by V'ger. I mean, I think we all agree with that. But, we see V'ger and all this other stuff as far as a weak villain. And then, 2, a more traditional movie. 3, a little more thoughtful. 4, some time travel, but like, what's more grounded than walking around in the actual streets of their time? So it seemed a little more, down to earth, literally, like, you could bring the whole family to it. It was fun for everyone. 5, okay, that one's hardcore for fans. 6, we're trying to end on a triumphant high note, and it's very evident that primary writer of Wrath of Khan, Nicholas Meyer, he's great with other people's work, but his natural thing is crime. He does crime better than anything else. So that just becomes like the first of many, many, many Star Trek detective stories in space. And we'd done it before, and we'd done enough movies to do a detective story on the ship and stuff like that. But it was like, I don't know if it was the most fantabulous template going forward. In 7, we've got the people who are willing to take, the money, and the people who felt that the script didn't demean their character. Leonard Nimoy was willing to do the JJ movie, but wouldn't do 7. Maybe money played in more, but he would not do 7. He felt that the role for Spock was preposterous. They gave it to Chekhov. The death of Kirk, I've always known I'd die alone. Maybe he does. I don't know. The plot device of the Nexus, it's the movie of convenience. There's so much to talk about when we focus on that movie. The next action movie, yeah, more watchable. The third movie, absolute garbage fire that I've tried 5 times in 2 days to watch. I can't order what the fuck is going on. That movie is not compelling enough or enjoyable enough to watch. I can't get I have a basic idea of what happens in the movie. It is so boring. And then Star Trek Nemesis
I have a
is just
theory
like,
about that film, by the way.
tell me all about it when we get there.
When
and
we get to it, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
at
gonna
Star
love it.
Trek 6, you're the expert on this one. Nemesis is Star Trek with daddy issues as it just cinematically dies. Read by Nature, hello. Lombardi, hello. Guys, in the Star Trek movie universe, they let the TV people keep writing the movies. They really should have brought in movie writers. They really just, Berman and Braga, like they never, like Star Trek Insurrection is the ultimate example of it being to TV. It was more TV-like than Search for Spock.
There was one redeeming quality of Nemesis. They edited out Will Wheaton.
Oh, was he in it for a moment?
He did have a speaking part where they addressed why he's in the Starfleet uniform, and then Berman cut it out.
Good, but what was he gonna age backwards into annoying young Wesley again? I hated that movie.
No, I think he came
that's
back
Nemesis,
from whatever.
Sorry, that was Insurrection. I think we do see him though. He doesn't have a speaking role, right?
Yeah, he's at the wedding table.
He is in that film. That's part of a topic of derision I wanted to bring up when we get to that abomination.
And Picard retcons that if you believe that stuff. So let's rewind and go to the beginning. All right. You know what? All good things must come to an end. And in the case of Star Trek The Next Generation, unfortunately, all good things was not the end. But I think that all of my friends would agree with me, and we'll go with the So Say We All on this one. All good things is the real end of The Next Generation and the only ending anyone wanted. So say we all.
So say we all.
Listen, guys, they really nailed it with one of the best endings in all of TV series history. It was fantastic stuff. I loved All Good Things. That was the way I wanted Picard to go out, much further into the future at his home, after a life in space. He wasn't a Kirk-like figure. He was a philosopher. Kirk should have gone out with a bigger bang, being tougher and more badass.
Preferably with a green alien.
Yeah, and not like being like, I'm just a humble horse farmer now. It's like Captain James T. Kirk did not want to be a humble horse farmer. That was Captain Pike, who didn't like his job as a Starfleet captain. Captain Kirk's most infectious trait that made Star Trek work, that made him the captain, that made this show work, where Pike never would have made it work, is that Captain Kirk had endless enthusiasm for the Enterprise and love for it like it was a woman. And it was at the expense of his relationships and the expense of his personal life, as we find out again and again throughout the show, and especially in the movies. 2 and 3, all about his sacrifices in personal life. And then after 4, 5, and 6, it's just about bonding closer and closer to his friends because they become the only family he could really have. They always were, but there's no illusions anymore. Then in 7, he wants to fucking chop wood. There's no way. Like, if Captain Kirk was in the Nexus, what he wanted would have wanted to do.
People.
Yeah, no. Captain Kirk would not have gone with the Captain America, I'm going to have that one last dance. Like, Captain Kirk would have been like, anywhere I want to go in time. Well, first, send me back to Florida the night before 9/11. I'm going to delete those scumbags who did that. Then I'm going to set a few other things right. I'm going to go back to 1923 and have a little talk with a young man named Hilter. You won't be hearing much more from him. Like Captain Kirk would have a purpose. He wouldn't just be
He'd go make a stop and see Edith Keeler one more time.
I got it all over the galaxy and I'm going to get it one more time. Yeah, I mean, he would have done anything but what they've had him do. I'm from Iowa.
Well, if it was 1923, she wouldn't have known him because it was 1930 when.
No, he would have gone to 1930 to see Hilter. He would have gone to 1923 to see Edith Keeler. He could stop off a few places on the way back in time. One place I want to point out that Captain Picard could have gone but didn't was, I want to go to Earth about 4 days before that fire. That will give me a chance to warn and save my family. And then I can go and stop Soran, wait for him on this planet for as long as it takes. And that would have been fine.
Yeah.
So he re-kills his family. Remember, it's on him. He had the power to save them, and he was too dumb to do it. He's like, I wouldn't want to go messy. I was reading the memoirs of Jonathan Archer last night, and under the section about the temporal Cold War. It's like, shut up, Picard. Like, and his existence in the Nexus is absolute trash. So the plot of this movie, as it goes from the beginning to the end, is the original TOS guys are in it. It's Scotty, Chekhov, and Kirk. They're seeing off a new Enterprise. Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off is the captain. He's a fine actor. There's novels and stuff about that crew. We've got Chekhov. We got Sulu's daughter at the helm. It's pretty cool. I like it. Captain Kirk takes the ship out for the first time. It's supposed to be ceremonial. And that's when the movie falls apart at about the 5th minute in, when we find out that the Federation doesn't believe in forecasting weather. The space weather is going to be really bad. There's a known Halley's Comet-like phenomenon. This thing has gotten people in Federation space a couple of times. It comes through space every 83.7 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, it travels the whole galaxy at warp 45.
It's like this ribbon that goes clockwise around the radar screen of the galaxy, so much so that they know it's coming back around on its next scan cycle, and
it has to come back twice because it has to get Kirk and Picard. So they couldn't invent two different plot devices, but I guess okay, two dumb mysteries are worse than one. So the MacGuffin Nexus is out there, and on the maiden voyage of the Enterprise 1, it gets messed up by this Nexus, but it saves some people, and unfortunately one of them is Guinan. If Guinan had been lost and Dr. Soran had been on the Enterprise D as the bartender, different movie, and we have a different villain who ages better, okay? But instead, it's Dr. Bashir's uncle, Malcolm McDowell.
And let's oh god, when are we going to get to what's stupid about the movie, or are we doing that?
We could, you know what we said, the movie has already fallen apart. We're 4 minutes in, this predictable phenomenon that we can only call space weather. Guys, imagine if there was a permanent storm that would just circled the Earth at a constant rate. It's like, you know what we're going to do? Tomorrow the permastorm comes through town. Let's all go to the beach. That's how fucking dumbass this is.
What I found, what the stupidest part of the movie is, I'm sure someone's going to bring it up, is that the Elorians don't bother to say, there's this huge race of cybernetic beings that just destroyed us, but they're the refugees, and the Federation's like, well, what are you running from? Oh, we can't tell you that. It's like, wouldn't they have warned them about the fucking Borg?
Needs a wall.
Wouldn't
the Federation needs a wall. I mean, when Eloria sends us their immigrants, they're not sending their best anymore. They're not sending doctors like Tully and Soran. They're sending bartenders. They're sending talk show hosts. They're sending second-rate movie stars. At least they sent us Dr. Bashir's uncle. Guys, the joke is this. Malcolm McDowell is Alexander Siddig's uncle, Dr. Bashir from Deep Space Nine. He really is his uncle. And I was wrong about the country. It's I think it's actually Sudan. It's not like India, but it's still it's a real country. And the thing is, it wasn't that his uncle was the prime minister. It said his uncle was one of a series of members of his family going back to the Mahdi who've been prime minister of that country. So he's seriously got some aristocratic blood in him, and also, some acting blood. Our buddy Dr. Bashir. Hey, Reed. Reed says that it's kind of odd that the ribbon both sides and doesn't affect time unless everything in TNG related post Generations has been a ribbon induced fantasy. That is indeed what I am going to conclude after the review of this movie. I am going to declare that every other movie is non-canonical and a fantasy.
I would like to make a point of order about Generations that would totally kill the whole movie. Remember in another film with William Shatner playing Admiral Kirk, where he takes on, it's called The Wrath of Khan, where he takes on Khan, Noonien Singh, in part at the end of the film by flying the ship in the third dimension. And he comes in, from below. And I just want to say the ribbon called the Nexus is so small.
It's the same problem as the Shockwave. It's the same problem as the Shockwave. Can we just
fly the ship up higher and let it go underneath us?
We saw this.
Okay,
we saw this in Enterprise where their effect wasn't good enough.
Theme. There we go.
Yes, the standout in this movie is that it has a really, really beautiful orchestral theme, and honestly, because
10 minutes of ship prawn and a beautiful soundtrack, and we'd get Bill Shatner, and there you go.
We get Will Shatner and Cameron. Yeah, if the movie had just ended with Scotty saying "I" and I walked out after 11 minutes, I would have been like, it was good enough. But then, unfortunately, the movie continues, and what happens is we have a promotion ceremony for Mr. Roshenko. Mr. Roshenko has finally made it up from Lieutenant JG, which, where the hell are they in their promotions? 12 years of Lieutenant JG? Like, Harry Kim really didn't deserve a promotion up from ensign. He was only there 7 years. I mean, get shut up. Worf is a Lieutenant JG for like 9 years, and he's like done every single effing thing you can do in Starfleet. He's saved the entire Federation. He's been like, a broker between the Federation and the Klingons, like in 3 different occasions. Sure.
You know what, though? It kind of makes sense that they didn't promote him, though, because he screwed up a bunch of times in TNG, and even Picard gave him a formal reprimand.
That is true. That could have held back his
in
career.
Redemption. Yeah.
And so did Cisco, but that was after these movies, I think.
Worf, our DI policy would have had you a captain by now, where you're not such a child about things.
So should we get into our review of this first film? And
go for it, gentlemen. I've given you the plot synopsis. I'll just finish it real quick. The 87 years the Nexus comes back, and yet again we haven't made any plans on how to deal with it. It causes a whole bunch of new problems that are stupid as shit. Dr. Soran and Guinan have designs or knowledge of the Nexus. Soran wants to go back. You can't leave. You can't go there. But he's going to go back because he's been there and he wants to return because he left. You can't get there by a ship the way they did, according to Guinan. You can't get there by ship. So we go around the galaxy blowing up stars to pull to affect the Nexus's trajectory. And the only enjoyable part was they had a line about the USS Bozeman. I'm like, I remember the Bozeman. He was in a lot of good episodes.
So when I think about this film, I think everything that is right or wrong with it can be encapsulated within the ship itself in this film. And by that, I mean this ship, the Enterprise D, and the sets and everything on it were perfect for a TV show. They were well lit. They were big. Would let them do a lot with different angles on the bridge without having to have a totally different set. And it served its purpose very well, but it felt very much a part of its time. You take that to the movie, and all of a sudden, all the sets and all the scenes are like oddly darker, a totally different color palette, and it is hard to believe that it's the same ship that they're on that they just did 7 seasons.
I don't know if they used
Are you talking about
set.
when they're at the space station and it's all yellowy and the lighting?
Yes.
I liked that, though.
I did
like
quarters. The captain's quarters were like oddly dark, like they forgot how to turn on lights. Everything was just so much darker. And while that scene might have been
a needlessly dark story.
Yes. And I just think that you get totally not Star Trek TNG, the TV show, when you try to get to this movie, and I don't think it fits. Just like I don't think it fits to have Patrick Stewart and Bill Shatner on the screen at the same time. I think
it could have been done if it had been done during the show and you spent a lot of time explaining it instead of mashing it up together in like under 2 hours in this piece of garbage.
Possibly, but
look,
not the
we
way
did it with Spock.
Written. Right.
You would have to travel time to some degree. You'd have to have them go backwards, not to upset things. You'd have to let him be older and solo, unless you wanted to get the whole band back together. But I think if you would have had like all 7, like most identifiable original cast members, like mashing it up with the next generation, it would have been too much. Shatner could have been a one episode, a one story character. 3 episodes. It could have been a one story. They could have done. Look, what they did with Spock was a million times better.
And look, we talked about how often through Enterprise and some of the other reviews we've done, the ship is a character on the show, and they changed this ship so much in this movie that it's not the same character as the show. They changed Data so much that he's not the same character as on the show. They changed Kirk, so he's not the same character even as in the other films. And so you end up getting all of this, and it's rather silly and stupid. Culminating with the silly and stupid way that you destroyed the ship at all. The fact that you give it to Troy and 5 seconds later you're fighting this ancient bird of prey and you can't just blow it the heck out of the water. And she crashes the ship the first time she gets to sit behind the con.
First time a woman drives, right?
Well, I think Commander Shelby didn't crash the ship, but that's getting off topic. But yes,
her breasts were bigger.
The whole thing about
until movie 3 where Deanna's boobs get really big, but that's another story. They get bigger every movie.
In the movie are not the same characters that are in the show. And you get that not only for this film, but it sets that mistake for the 3 that come after it. And so this movie just never feels right. They have Data being a weird crying guy in the astrometrics lab, which was
he's a space emo shoegazer. It was so weird.
Yeah.
It was like, it's like, I've been listening to music from the 20th century, sir. A band called the Smiths. Very entertaining.
And right. So you sit here and you go, this is not the same character. These are not the same characters, not the same ship. Nothing in here is the same. So what are we really doing? And you bring that in here to how comically wrong it is when you get to the final action scenes. You're like, these are not the characters the way that you would expect them to fight. I won't even go into the Nexus because I think it's stupid to the whole point of the story.
I would go really in there.
Beside the point. No, well, I'm saying I'm not going to really talk about it.
Yeah, I know.
The ultimate in stupidity to me, though, was when they were on Narendra 3 and you didn't use the Nexus to go back like a week before then and nab him, stupid time travel crap. But you also picked the stupidest way.
I'll go back to when Jim Kirk fucked this up in the first place and be like, let them all die. I got that money guy who knows me. I don't need her to be alive anymore.
But he launches this rocket.
Never pay my tab.
He launches this tiny little missile, right? This tiny little missile.
Yeah, it makes it from the surface of the planet to the sun in like 4 seconds.
Yeah.
It had to have gone to warp, but they don't do the effect.
Like it
had to have traveled like warp 9.
And it didn't. And even then the Enterprise would still have a chance at a point defense phaser blast at it since it was in orbit. The whole thing breaks down right away and none of it feels right. And no matter what you say about any strong points of this, look, at least it made money. At least it made the money. The budget for this film was $35 million. Box office is $118. So even if you double it for advertising, they still made something off of it. And I guess that's the best thing I can say about this. And I'll wrap up my review right there. So I don't know if we're giving out scores.
We'll give out scores. Why not? Okay. I will say this movie cruises on inertia from the TV show and enthusiasm for the idea that we see William Shatner. Everyone walks out vaguely unfulfilled. Everyone's talking about the plot device being too strong, and everyone's saying that I don't think you can get out of the Nexus. And I heard it much louder and much more persistently after our next movie. But I'll let Sean give his thoughts on TNG Generations, our first movie out. Just weeks after the show, all good things must come to an end. But instead, with this one, we're going to keep it going and ruining it. We're going to ruin it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it starts off really strong. We get some great Kirk and Scotty moments. The Enterprise B looks great. I like the floating champagne bottle is good. The music is awesome. I had a little time
to think about the champagne bottle, but you know what? Like it's so cold in space. Like shouldn't the champagne have shattered when it hit the ship? You know what I mean? Like why was it liquid?
We're missing out here. Krimlon popped in.
Hello, Krimlon, and I think I said hello to Radioactive and to Read by Nature in the chat. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep my eyes open. And some guy, Admiral Teag. That guy seems weird. Keep an eye on that Admiral Teag guy. Yeah, I'm sorry though, Sean. Go ahead.
Can I finish, please?
Did that come in?
We could give that one to the Tachyon Pulse for the next time we bring him back.
Yeah, so it starts off good. It ends pretty melancholy. We don't know what happened to Kirk. I mean, obviously we're going to find out. Captain John Harriman is good. I did have one little gripe though. You know, when they're in the scene in Stellar Cartography, that I liked the special effects in there. They still hold up. It really showed how big the galaxy is.
That was a big part of their pre-publicity too. Like that was the clip they went around to talk about the movie with.
Yeah, and rightly so. It was well done. It was cool. But there was the when Data mentions, the Bozeman had to make a course correction, and Picard should have said, well, Captain Bateson was going to Malcor 3 to fuck Lilith again. He was going to the.
Is that the ship that he? That's right. His ship is another Bozeman.
Kelsey Grammer's ship was the Bozeman, and he went to go have sex with the alien from the First Contact episode.
That's right.
Was played by Lilith.
That's Lilith. That's right. Yeah. We don't get Shelley Long in this. So you of course would go for Lilith.
He would. I'll show her what a man with a beard can do. Fuck that Riker guy. You know what? The whole Generation movie has got a lot of problems. It's nobody's favorite Star Trek movie, and I think when I left, I was like, it's out of the way. We've made a lot on a lot of different episodes about how they do not justify what's going on in the Nexus. They do not justify how Nexus Whoopi knows what Primary Universe Whoopi knows. We do not explain why Primary Universe Whoopi and Echo Whoopi, or whatever the hell she is, if you leave, you leave an echo of yourself, but you can leave. That's the best and most generous interpretation of the rule. And it gives you exactly what you want, which in the case of Picard was not to be married to Bev, right? And which makes no sense. It's just he married to like a lame Bev lookalike. And not to save his family. His kids only got one present for Christmas. The daughter goes, Papa, thank you for the doll. He's like, if you got a replicator, they'd give anything, and she gets a fucking doll. That's all
I forgot to go and replicate more gifts for you, children. My rations were all used up on my...
He spent all his rations in the holodeck.
Yeah. I wonder
the holodeck Diddy party.
Holodeck. Play program Riker 4 Diddy party. Honestly,
what are Riker programs 1, 2, and 3? Do I dare ask?
I think one is called Rust, and it's called Kill Someone Consequence Free and Program Rust, and then number 2 would be like, I don't know, like it's just he's probably copied Worf's program where you fight everything, but like after he beats the skeleton headed guy, he also penetrates
program, by the way. For holodeck
Worf's,
program.
Worf's
He
holodeck program was
skull-fucked
pretty
him.
good.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
skull fuck you. And it's like, oh yeah, he really did.
Yeah, you saw Full Metal Jacket. And he's like, Worf, I'm going to copy your exercise file. And I would say 3 is probably Patrick Stewart as a sparring partner and just kicks his ass the whole time. He's like, Delta shift, huh? Bang, bang, bang. That's what TAC Captain Jellicoe said. And I stood up for your dumb ass. Boom, boom, 4 lights, huh? How many you see now? You know, I would say that's the other program. And Riker 4 is a sex program.
Gosh, if I had a holodeck program number like 7, it would definitely be just you get to be in the back of a Huey with an M60.
Get
And
some?
you're just going, yeah,
Program,
exactly.
get some?
Get some.
Program Teag 7 is 7 of 9. It's
Okay.
It's called Program TNA 7. Yeah, let's get some
Okay.
7 of 9 in here. I'll be jumping into that Borg capsule with her, man. Like, you know, assimilate this, baby.
That's after a particularly stressful day. You run that program, yeah.
Who pulled that one? Who pulled off the sound? You, Sean?
I did. Yeah, I had that for when we were on bot patrol.
I love that movie so much. That guy was supposed to be the sergeant, but he got outacted by the guy demonstrating how to do it to him, and he got the get some role. And he's all depressed about it, but I gotta say that was a good choice. The performance by Arlie Ermy is legend.
Yes. Mhm.
Anyway, back to a much less good movie, or actually outright bad movie. Yeah, Star Trek: The Generations. Anything else to say, Sean?
Yeah, overall suck. There's so many
been
plot
worse.
holes. So many plot holes.
most
So, like
conveniently
what was
written
the
Star Trek
payoff
movie.
for the brother dying? There was nothing. There had to
How
have been
come
more
Renee
written.
was still living at home and not a cadet at Starfleet already at 21 years old? It had been 8 years since we saw him at 13.
And why was Robert still alive? He was like freaking
80 and angry and drinking wine
Look,
all day.
I know this was 1994, but that whole scrapbook has been panned by everybody who's ever seen this movie. It had those weird holographic, whatever you want to call them, shiny borders. Why isn't he looking at it on one of those tablets or on his laptop, or
Like we do
in a
now?
3D or a 3D thing? Because they've been doing that special effects in
Oh.
Star Wars, for goodness sakes.
I just
He
realized
should have had that. Why a scrapbook? Stupid.
What did you realize, Sean?
why they had to put that scene in there, because Patrick Stewart says, I need to cry in this movie.
You're right. There's a lot of scenes in these movies that are there just for Patrick Stewart to make dramatic turns in his attitude, dramatic turns in his presentation, or dramatic turns in his character that are not profound in the overall sense of the movie. It's like Picard needs to go from like preachy to melancholy to angry in a scene, and that's like the mandate. It's not
And
that
no
the
one else
movie be
gets those,
good.
except for kind of Spiner, but his actually have a point of trying to grow the Data character, right? None of the things that Picard does grow that character.
By the way, Picard
that
buys
doesn't
this
grow that
back.
character.
Picard buys this back. They're like, he talks about the Picard who fought at Trafalgar, the Picard who helped oppress people for Mustache Man. We're proud of him too. The Picard who defected to fight for Khan Noonien and Soong on the side of supremacy. You know, like he had all these great warriors and explorers in his family, and then in like Insurrection, or like as I'll call it, Star Trek Indigestion, the chick's like, have your family always been explorers? She's like, no. And I'm like, oh, you forgot your own fucking movie. This movie felt like TV on steroids, and I thank God they destroyed their ship. Although the next ship has no personality ever, not a
won't let it.
stitch.
They never.
I don't think it ever speaks. I don't think we ever hear their computer talk. They never have a conversation with their computer.
They do.
Maybe,
but it's
here's
bad. Yeah.
Are you talking
I
about
wanna-
the E?
Yeah. And I want to say before we move on, we have severed ties with the sentimental formula that made TNG so good and work. We now have buddy cops Picard and Data, who like New Trek likes to kind of imply like had some kind of physical relationship. It's like, it is weird. We switch our outlook on how these people relate from the captain's like about 25% of every episode, but then 50% more of the episode is the rest of the crew figuring out the 25% of exposition together and having some action and some adventure. And that would be what like a Star Trek episode kind of was if you had to make a rough breakdown. This moves to 80% Patrick Stewart, especially doing his acting thing. And I'm a thespian. I have had 15 years in the Royal Shakespeare Company. I played Prospero in Central Park. And he just becomes more insufferable as time goes by. And this movie is sabotaged by his need to cry and his need to have pain and his disregard for his own show. Like, Renee is 21 years fucking old, for God's sake.
The other thing that you kind of see here is the story is written by people we know. Rick Berman, Ronald D. Moore, and Brandon Braga. Okay. 94. So they haven't even gone through all the Deep Space Nine and Voyager yet.
They're writing too
Enterprise. Much. And what happened? This movie was a complete disaster, I think. The only reason
underinspired, deeply underthought.
The next one. I think these three can write well, but they also can write very poorly. And they were benefited by Gene and the television format that they were able to be so successful in that one format. And here's what happens when you take stories written by TV people and blow them up into the big screen. You don't necessarily get success, and there's no one there from the Hollywood movie side at Paramount that I can see in this list of the producers, the directors,
there's
or the
no
writers.
One there keeping them grounded as to making it more cinematographic. There's no good cinematography in these either. When they shoot interiors, they look like shit. Here's the problem. They knew exactly what they were doing on TV. And maybe Sean could speak to this with me. Sean, I'm going to say something, and you tell me if you feel it. They were really great on TV. They're really... You can hear the police coming by, too, as they always do during the show. Listen, honestly, you can sense this with me, for me. There's something about the way they film a lot of these interiors where I'm going to say things like they might have even chose the wrong lens to shoot a room that size for a movie. It's like, it's probably perfect for TV, but it's like they went with like the 50 millimeter lens and they needed like the 30 millimeter lens, and they went with the wrong lens, and the room just does not look right on a movie screen a couple of times. And like you said, the lighting. And once they get rid of their original ship, their new ship is dark as could be. It is so dark aboard the Enterprise E. It looks cool cruising around.
Well, and I blame them for that with Disgracery, the last, or SNW, where you can't even see, any of the cast because the bridge is always so dark.
Though with that cast, who would want to?
Yeah, well.
But, okay, so we're going to close the door on Generations by saying we walked out saying, all right, things could get better. And honestly, they needed to upgrade their team. There was enough work to go around. The TV people needed to stay the TV people. If what happened after Star Trek The Motion Picture happens here, we can keep things grounded. Patrick Stewart gets an outsized amount of credit. By the second movie, he's an executive producer, and he's like, I fancy myself an action hero. And the second movie is so bad. When I saw it, I thought it was really bad, but I did enjoy the action, and I'm like, this movie is going to slide by as like an action movie, and people are going to regard it well. And if they don't correct and make a smarter movie next, we're going to be in big trouble. And what happened next was we got a really stupid movie. So like, there's no odd-numbered movie curse to debate anymore, and I don't believe in that, to be honest. There's an every single movie's worse than the one before curse. Like, yeah. We level up a little bit for Generation.
You think First Contact is worse?
Yes, because think about this: if we had injected 20 minutes of hardcore action and space battles into Generations, does that become a good movie?
Well,
it's the only real difference. Both stories are pretty shit.
I think the stories are both bad, but I think the production quality of First Contact is far better.
It's possible. The thing is that First Contact, like you said, a lot of it feels wrong and is filmed wrong in a place that we've seen look better on the small screen. And you're like, what the hell is going on? Things are supposed to get better when you jump to the movies. And it's the opposite. And they trashed their TV set at the end of their first movie. And they had to. And they never made their ship a character, so fine. And with their new ship, why bother trying? So again, fine. And by the way, on the E, as much as I think it looks cool, the thing about the E that is more important is we got the families off there so we could have dangerous military missions without the moral implications. That was always a questionable call. I don't know how many great episodes we got out of having families on there. People could have had their families visit to facilitate some of the things that happened because it's a mostly peaceable ship. That would have been, we could have gotten all the family stuff in with a lot of family visits, like the woman who dies in the last casualty and the kid becomes bonded to Data. That kid could have just been there because it was her year to have custody and her husband was on like deep space mission or something like that, and the Enterprise is a little closer. They could have
and Worf's parents coming in, that was fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
The,
we didn't need families on the ship. It was really beautiful thought, and it was very great Gene Roddenberry Star Trek stuff. I mean, this is how he thinks, but as far as for the stakes in the episodes, like you're no longer militarily playing around with the lives of professional spacefarers alone, and the show had to overlook that as much as it overlooked Deanna's family. So in a way, in the movies, we're free, because there's whole episodes where we never stop and say like, but sir, what of the women and children aboard?
Ooh.
Yeah.
They'll be fine.
This film, though,
those children knew what they were signing up for, number one.
This film has a fundamentally different tone, even though it might be even darker than the previous movie. And I think that's because it was directed by Jonathan Frakes, who I think knew a little bit more about Star Trek than the other director. You still have Rick Berman, Brandon Braga, and Ronald D. Moore, doing the quote unquote story here. But this movie made the most amount of money. Budget 45, box office 146. So, I don't know what they were thinking, having two dark movies back to back like this. One of the things that I recalled when I watched this yesterday, that I did not recall, was just how many glib kind of jokes it made at all the wrong kind of moments where it's not really a good point for humor. In one of those is where I think it's Riker that says "tough little ship" to Worf, right in the middle of this battle for Sector 001, and you're going to be
untold hundreds, if not thousands, of Starfleet personnel have been lost. We're seeing ship after ship get destroyed, and he's like, tough little ship, and he's like, little, and Riker's like, he glibly smiles and walks back to his tactical station. And I was thinking the same thing in the theater. I was like, what is wrong with Riker?
Yeah, exactly.
It is at least kind of in his character, though. I know it wasn't the right time.
I disagree strongly, because I think the character of Will Riker is just like so grim and military. He's be like, sir, we should whip around back and get the survivors and then find it later. They knew what they're signing up for. Let's just take out this Borg sphere. Like, he would not have done anything but military focus. He would have been just soldiering like fucking crazy. Yeah. I think it was absolute. Like, while you're right that is on point for Riker, it's on point for Riker at 10 forward or during poker. It is not on point. Yeah, that's what I mean.
It wasn't battle. It wasn't appropriate for the situation, but at least that's something he would. Please. Yeah, they failed in the timing of it.
My other thing on some of this is they do that more than once, right? They did that a lot with Zefram Cochrane. I don't think they portrayed him well at all, being this odd drunkard. I don't think that that was thing is that it's a great way to portray him.
Picard had no respect for him. This is just a dream in Picard's mind. We know that Zefram Cochrane is from Alpha Centauri.
Yeah.
Zefram Cochrane was not from Earth. Zefram Cochrane was from Alpha Centauri. So that's the first. There was a battle of Sector 001 or a battle of Earth, and it was against the Borg. The episode of Enterprise Regeneration proves that. It didn't happen anything like Captain Picard was dreaming about it in the Nexus, is my strongly held belief. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just, when I look at this movie, I'm
Almost
like,
went Patton there.
The plot is almost pure garbage. There is so much little redeemable on it because you're just, the whole like morbid thing where they're putting skin on Data in this thing. I'm like, what are we wasting her time?
Oh, we mess around with skin in the next two movies. It's in this movie and the next one where we're all about stretching skin over.
Well,
somebody get a facelift. So did someone's wife get like a terrible facelift and then you had to pay for it in the divorce? Was that why they're so mad about skin?
The sad thing is, I think Kurtzman only saw the movies. He never watched the TV show, and he's like,
if you had
weird
these
body
movies,
horror, that's part of Star Trek. Check, because I saw that. And I know what they were trying to do with this skin grafting, where the Borg were like, we can make you closer to your dream of being actually human, where your version 1.0 body that Dr. Soong made was not going to get you there. And how that reality is really only skin deep. I know that they were trying to be that thoughtful or that insightful on this, but it didn't work. It didn't come off that way. It just came off as weird, fetishized body horror with the Borg Queen put in there in some weird sexual type of way. Some of that should have been reviewed by an outside writer and an outside editor and totally scrapped most of that, because the way that they did that was creepy. They could have done it where they had just kind of cleaned off Brent Spiner's skin, whatever you want to call it, the body paint, and done it better that way, right? And done it without this weird method that they did. So I could tell that they were trying to do a lot of different ideas, and it just failed. And
they're also hung up on presenting us with visuals because they could.
Yes, that was one thing that I did want to say is the Enterprise E to me looks really nice. The interior of the ship looks really nice. The way that they kicked the TNG Borg up a level. Well, I mean, they didn't have TOS Borg, but the TV show Borg with Hugh in this real basic looking kind of costume up to like level 11 with how the Borg was going to look, made them look so much better in Voyager as a result, because I think they reused a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
That was cool.
I hear some of it's left over
cool
from David Lynch's Dune. That's the original Borg suits, or some David Lynch Dune still suits upgraded.
Oh, for the TV show?
And I think they make it to the movie, but by the movie we have a lot of hero Borg suits and a lot of real good Borg outfits. And let's talk about some of the things about this movie that are absolutely stupid and absolutely infuriating. One thing,
before we do that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gates McFadden looked terrific in this movie.
This is the most attractive she's ever looked at in any movie.
Yep.
She looks absolutely beautiful. She's really, really, really pretty in this movie. A beauty. But
anyway,
you're saying there's so little.
Onto your point.
There's so little in this plot to applaud. I would say like one of the only things to applaud in the movie is it takes some time out to play the entire theme song without interrupting it or showing us anything that's not on point, because that's the best part of this whole movie is listening to that beautiful orchestral piece.
Yes.
Very much like the theme from Air Force One, I might add, which I had seen in theaters, I think around the same time. But it's really great and really an emotional Star Trek piece. The coolest Borg was Bjorn Borg, radioactive. Yes, when he lost to John McEnroe on the 4th of July at Wimbledon. But here's the thing. In this movie, we're going to make the Borg scary. We're going to upgrade them to a threat. We're going to have an action movie. It's going to make sense. But then we have bad modern pop music. We have Marina Sirtis at the edge of her abilities playing drunk. I don't know how convincing she is. I'll let other people decide.
She should have just been drinking. it
Yeah.
would have
If
been.
the first
I mean, it
moments
would
of
have been like her
drunkenness,
on Twitter
yes.
before Twitter was a thing. You know,
When she,
Right, Jonathan
when she
Frakes
drunkenly
saved that
yells
scene.
about the timeline. Yes, that's when he should be glib. That's when he should be smiling because there's a time crunch, but it's not huge, and he has 5 minutes. He has time to take a piss in that second timeline back on the planet. He knows that he has like 7 hours to get the ship up, but he has people who maintain that Enterprise, and the Enterprise is built, it's basically, he's got the best guys ever to put together a Wright Brothers flyer with him. So he's going to be, the deadline's not as big of a problem. He's not worried that much about the technical aspects. And if he has to, he'll take a shuttlecraft from the Enterprise and make a warp signature and explain it to the Vulcans later. He's not going to fuck this up. We could also say Star Trek Enterprise proves that the Vulcans destroyed an unknown sphere before going to Earth to talk to the people there. It crashed in the northern regions of the planet, and they never told the locals about it because they didn't know what it was. And they're like, "Why scare them? We're going to tell them that there's hostile aliens too." That could have easily been like, we could have just had Saval be like, many don't know that the craft was destroyed by. There was a craft destroyed by the Vulcan ship that came, a mysterious sphere, something like that. I don't know, but they were still married to the idea that the Next Generation movies were good and that the Next Generation movies were helping them. I think that what we see with the Next Generations is this is the only movie that has any help, and it's too far back in the chain. It's 4 years before we debut Enterprise, 5 years. It doesn't have enough of a knock-on effect, and we get out one really terrible movie before we get there. And the next one, they hold off for a while on that Last Generations movie, but
they
one
of the other
don't
things
want to deal with it.
About this movie
Hey,
is
Tony.
it does create a lot of lore around First Contact, which I think Enterprise follows up on masterfully with. I do not like the way that they go about doing it, though, because you just get into all these paradoxes on how the Enterprise was there. So did it really happen without them? And all this needless time travel stuff that didn't need to happen. I felt like they could have made a great Borg movie without time travel. And they did time travel in a really dark story, the movie immediately preceding this. It was like, how do we get normies in? Well, normies don't care about the future, so let's bring them into the past. Let's bring the present day in, right?
The way that it hit my ear so funny. I mean, that was legit funny. Like, normies don't care about the future. By the way, Tony's making this difficult. He's trying to upset the natural order of things. I am staying ahead of him. He has 3,086 subs. I have 3,089. He's been quite improper, and the impertinence should be punished. I'm not saying quit his channel. He's a great YouTuber, he's a great guy, but we need to have 5 or 6 more people join my channel for everyone who joins his. Not for me. Not for me. God knows. Sean and JT have told me, Admiral, sir, you need to get some rest. You don't just have your life to worry about, but 3,089 others. And that's the way it's been week after week after week as I lead this fleet through the void to the better Star Trek of the future. But Tony, I have to do it for all of us, because if I don't do it, if I don't stay bigger than Tony, then the pressure comes off Tony. He'll get all big-headed, and he'll stop trying to be funny. And then we all lose. So say we all.
I'm agnostic on between your
No
guys'
comments.
battle, man. No. I hope you guys stay at the same sub-level forever.
It all depends.
Not the
on who's
current,
gonna
but
give
I
me
hope you're
more about
always-
the data rations.
If we keep
That
moving
will-
up at the same rate, but I stay ahead by like at least 100, that would be better for everyone. Just so that someone could do it first. Someone who is used to being a pioneer, a visionary, someone who is, could absorb the damage for those behind them. Like a big brother to stand up for everyone else. And gosh darn it, I am that big bro. But you know what? Congratulations, 3,086.
Yeah.
I remember when I was, Tony corrected. Oh, did the overnight bots? Tony's down to 2,086. Guys, everything is safe again. We're safe. We're everything is cool. All right. No, Tony, you've got 3,086. You typoed yourself here, but thank you for the help. Look at that, Tony making 1,000 sub jump in just minutes. No, but congratulations. Anyway, back to our. Yeah, put some Viagra on that sub count, but you're going to have to wake up pretty early in the morning if you think that you're going to stay neck and neck with Admiral Teag. And look who it is! Radioactive Actual. Teag and Tony are the odd couple of YT. And two YouTubers compete together without driving each other crazy. Could you imagine that? Like us walking down the street and like the avatar heads on like Felix and Oscar. Who's Oscar and who's Felix? I guess I've got to be Felix, right? I mean, I'm Felix. I'm crazy and histrionic like Oscar, but we've seen how my apartment looks, and I think I'm probably more of a Felix.
Well, who was the neat one?
Felix. Felix was the neat freak and the hypochondriac and the one who overanalyzed everything.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking I'm probably more Felix. If you guys want to say I'm an Oscar, I mean, hey, Oscar did have the Met hat. I have a Met hat. But that would also mean that I would be the Tachyon Pulse. And by the way, guys, if you want to praise me now for having the Tachyon Pulse on during the week, I am ready to accept your congratulations for that. And Neural Derp. What a week.
Yeah, I will do it publicly because I did congratulate you privately.
You did. That's what this channel was meant to do. We found two people who were big, and in 1 week we had them on in a 1-2 punch like you would never believe. Tachyon Pulse came together in just a few minutes, and Neural Derp, that viral Star Trek stuff, you guys get to have a little bit of a voice in it. And he had only been live on X before that with our friend Critically Thinking and Drinking. Since then, the only YouTube live he had ever done was with us. And unlike with Critically Thinking and Drinking, he didn't think we were other people. He knew that we were who we were. But we thanked both of them for coming on, and we'll have Tachyon Pulse back. Tachyon communicates. My new theory on him is always a super fan who spent all his money going to every convention and somehow got a lot of questions answered and maybe made friends. When I asked him this, are you a forecaster or are you a messenger? And he looked right into the camera and said, I'm a messenger. So I can't wait to have him back at Radioactive with Tachyon as a stand-up guy. Good job, Teag. I think we figured out what's going on with Tachyon Pulse and his channel. He built up a lot of subs so that he could have the private thing. He goes live privately to his small audience. I don't know how much he reveals. He takes his swings. He's really tuned in. I think this has been a huge hobby for him for a long time. I think he can bring messages from a few people, and I think he's a forecaster as well. He might well have someone in over at Stargate. As far as Star Trek goes, I'm still willing to say my guess is as good as his. But yeah, Tachyon Pulse would have been well within his rights to say he wasn't going to come on our show because we had tub thumped him a couple of times, and then when we came on, we put up the tiles of his face. And he was cool about everything, and he was totally all right. So the personally honorable Tachyon Pulse looked us in the eye and said, hey, you know, I had these 35,000 subscribers on Trek, on Sidetrack, and I sold it, and that's not my thing anymore. So I guess he does not have to answer for what's going on over there. We won't talk about that anymore, but
I thought it was a great interview.
I liked the interview too. It was a good amount, a couple hours. It was great. It was great to see.
He stayed up really late to talk to us.
Yeah.
I had to, and people were telling me to give him a little more time to answer, and I do apologize to Tachyon for being a little bit pedantic there. But the thing is, once he started going down a path where he was fundamentally wrong, I would stop and rewind it and tell him, like, the arbitration thing where he's like, so, well, that has to be public. And I'm like, no, not in America at all. And then that necessitated a few minutes of sort of herding cats. But you know what? Ever since we had the exchange of information, he's been he's been buffering over there in England on the Star Trek stuff. We've talked a couple of times since, and he is absolutely buffering. He's running down leads of his own. I think he had ins with the cast, which means that all he heard was pumped up versions of what they tell us, I think, which is why he had the mixed thing. And Tony Stark, a member at the fleet captain level for 24 months, it says, I suppose I will use my new influence in the outer markets to shore up the numbers, but there will be a gap product greater than personability. Hashtag being guests gets so far. Sell your soul for rock and roll. And I am the natural order. Well, I am Kalis, okay? What can I tell you? I have the USB stick of Sirach. I carry the membership. I am the Shellyak corporate, and I am holding steady at 3,089. I'm willing to bet I can go to 3093 by the end of the night because we got a Star Trek fire, a burning bright, and hello, Kal-El, sir. Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody, if I haven't said that. The changing of the star date, I hope everyone enjoyed. Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year, says Kal-El. Just got in. I was unaware that tonight's live stream started an hour earlier. Just curious, is that tonight only, or is that the new start time? I will let my crew explain that one. Crew, tell everybody what's going on. And while I leave Stark's membership chat pin to thank him. Crew.
We have a new time.
Yes, we do. Yeah, I can't believe we didn't bring that up already. We talked and we said, hey, our schedules kind of shifted a bit here for the crew. And we decided 9 p.m. would probably be for the best. And if Admiral Teag wants a Delta shift, a 4-shift rotation, well, too effing bad. We'll just mutiny. And he said, yeah, I like the idea of a 3-shift rotation. That was my
facing
idea.
Down 3
time.
phasers.
Yeah. And so we went with 9. And Admiral Teag, a great commander.
You know what? You go where the fans are. And well, here's the thing. We were ending up going late a lot. And the way it's going with this new season of Enterprise, there is a lot to talk about. Probably every third episode where we'll probably have to sum up arcs. There is still going to be the odd 2 hour and 48-minute show too. The thing is, once we get to TOS, this has been cross-examined and litigated every way for 60 years. We're going to talk and give our take. I think it'll just be a synopsis and a score. And then, like the rest of the show, we will still dedicate to Star Trek. But here's the thing. We have promising Star Trek percolating for the first time. Like Tachyon Pulse. Go ahead.
We are also going to have a very robust grading system when we get to TOS. We are going to actually determine our real top 10 or our real, with the way that grading
whether
system
we know it or
created.
not. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Carter?
Well, no, I shared that spreadsheet, that grading system I came up with, right? To because if someone asks you what are your top 5 Star TOS episodes, most people can say their favorite one. But when they get to 2, 3, and 4, and 5,
I mean, not Patterns of Force, totally not at all.
The good news is, guys,
it's hard. It's hard to list your top 10 in order. So the grading scale I came up with will help us all figure out, based on I think it was 7 or 8 categories, how we grade these things. It's a really cool system.
We're going to look at them and see we're going to use the Is It Star Trek's matrix a couple of times. We're going to use that for the cage when we do it. But guys, Stark of Iron with a generous $2 super chat, to which I say, unicorn. And he says, reminder, our race is in good fun between peers. Well, I'm still bigger. We'll be peers when you catch me, right? But here's the thing. I love Tony, and this was we talk on the phone about once a week, sometimes more, and sometimes it's FaceTime with naked stuff, but that's between us. But the thing is, when Tony and I, before Tony and I ever started having outward competition about this, where we started talking even pejoratively and fun about each other, there was a phone call where I said to him, "Sir, I would like to have some fun, like mocking you with this subgrowth. Congratulations on the good numbers, but I'm going to play pompous and get all big-headed about it and have some fun with it. And I'm going to take some swipes at you that are going to be so preposterous that most people will know, but the usual troublemakers will try to say it was weaponized. So you okay with that? And when he got done laughing at how he had bought into the idea, you know, we moved on with it. No one was ever unaware of the idea that this was going to happen. And that's the way colleagues should work, in my opinion. But who am I?
Since we're doing this, though, I need to publicly say about Tony, and I know he's out there. He's a good guy.
That's stuff that happened in a Minnesota airport men's room. That could happen to anybody.
Tony's a brother. Tony's the brother I'd never had, man. I miss you, buddy.
We all love Tony Stark of Iron, and we all love his boss, Alistar, because if we don't say that, Alistar will beat Tony to within inches of his life. So anyway, back to Star Trek Generations, as we talked about the grandiose barony. Star Trek First Contact.
No, as I call it, Star Trek, the warmth of collectivism.
Star Trek Worst Contact. Yeah, we have the Borg King running New York City now. It's you know, honestly, Picard in this movie is an asshole. I thought that he was a pompous piece of garbage. He should have been like, honestly, like, he's going to break orders. He's like, first of all, Starfleet deserved to be destroyed. They're like, yeah, you know what? We got our most advanced ship, but we don't trust Picard. You know what, guys? Sirs, we are the heads of the Federation. We're the admirals. You ready? I'm going to say something. You guys tell me I'm wrong. The Enterprise is our most advanced ship. No one here trusts Picard. I say we put his fucking ass on ground duty somewhere far away where there are no warp ships for him to trouble us, and put Riker in charge of the fucking Enterprise.
Or wouldn't they have transferred Jellicoe back to the ship and say, Jellicoe, take command?
Yeah. Jellicoe, I assume, had his own Galaxy class or more warlike ship. I would say you give him like the Federation type heavy ship. By the way, when I was rewatching the earlier movies in Star Trek 3, when on their own readout, their ship says Federation heavy cruiser.
Oh, really?
Isn't that crazy? On the readout on the Enterprise says heavy cruiser when they're looking at their shield status and stuff.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so I was like, what the hell? I think that might have been a personal to Dave. Hello, David Jones. I know that is it's Stark knew who it is. David Jones is Germ remembers. It's one of our other. I know David Jones is. Hello, it's good to see you. Is it Kimberly? Is that who it is? Andromeda Ascendant. I bring you greetings from the Systems Commonwealth in the High Guard Protectorate. And the High Guard Protectorate. Greetings to you too. And on behalf of the Hammer of Granthar, welcome to Saving Star Trek, where we're talking about First Contact. We've been talking about other names that we have for this movie. Mine is Worst Contact. I did not really like the Nexus. And just for everybody who wants to be caught up, here we have from the movie a visual representation of the major plot device MacGuffin. It's the Borg sphere, to which I say, when Plan B beats Plan 1, what was the point of Plan A? You know what I mean? Plan A sucks. Plan B, here it is.
Defense procedures initiated.
Time travel.
But if they changed history, why are we still here?
Those cars
there you have it.
Are beautiful. Okay, that's the one thing you got to say about that. I wanted to bring up
get
just
stuff like that. By the way, I want to thank the deck man.
The ultimate plot destroying disaster for this movie was brought up by Mike Stacklasa years ago.
Automatic
on a
defense
small channel called Red Letter Media. He said, "Why would you fly all the way to Earth and then go back in time? Why wouldn't you go back in time and then fly to Earth when we're at like 1945 level technology?" And
Because the
and then you
Stormfront
would have
aliens said, we got this.
Zero resistance. There would need the futility of resistance would have been complete. Why do you have to do it this way?
It's like, so what you're saying is the ideal thing would be like you would see this monolith and a primate would touch it, and then it would attack another primate with a bone, and then it would be assimilated, and it would be like a monkey Borg, and that would be
or you just go back in time, or you just go to Wolf 359, then go back in time with like 2 more cubes, and then you would win that battle, and then like this whole thing with time travel
or go back 3 different times.
Star Trek. It should never be done in Star Trek.
You can be your own backup with time travel.
They could have made a completely acceptable to fantastic film without time travel. And the fact that they did it is completely unforgivable. And someone should have said no. I don't know who was there. Well, the answer is no one was there, right? No one was there to tell them that this was stupid. Do not do it. And as a result, you get a movie that makes a lot of money because of all the action they put in there. And they took a lot of care to make the movie look really nice. And even though it's 21 years old, it still looks great, right? In a lot of ways. But the rest of it's just bad. It's just bad. I don't know why we have to listen to Magic Carpet Ride. I really don't understand that, other than to grab normies into this. It feels like a proto Kurtzman film, and it feels like a proto Guardians of the Galaxy film with that type of music choice in there.
The Roy Orbison song is great, but that soundtrack was having a great year. It was charted that year. Yeah. There was a Roy Orbison compendium. Guys, here's the thing. There was good nostalgia inspiring good new music in the 90s, because what happened was everybody who was good got a re-release with really good, clean sound on CD.
Although
Roy Orbison was 10 times better in stereo, super clear. His voice is that good.
If they really wanted to do it right, they should have had Rocket Man play. Can you imagine?
Oh, God. And
William Shatner's version. I'm a Rocket Man.
They could have been like, this is one of our greatest singers. His name was William Shatner. Because you figure William Shatner exists in world for Star Trek, right? But with First Contact, we see the beginning of a bunch of really disturbing trends. Convenience and spectacle over substance, exposition dumps by the crew, which have been reduced to background guys at the buddy cop's office. It's like literally Picard and Data go back to the ship so that they can be like Riggs and Murtaugh, and like, Data like laughs his ass off until he knocks his shoulder back in, It's like, it's like Data tells the story about the time he dropped his pen under the couch. It's so stupid. And, it's like Bev may as well be Mrs. Murtaugh or whatever, Riggs' girlfriend of the week. And it doesn't really jibe with the show that we had. And they're saying things that don't make sense. I believe it's First Contact. No, I'm sorry. It's an Insurrection where we need a technical solution for something, and Geordi's there, but Worf just does it. It makes no sense. It's like, I have developed something that will neutralize Data. It's like, why would this be something that Worf would be able to do? But does anyone think that Dominion War should have been tied to the with the movies? In Insurrection, it's mentioned heavily, but there are no events happening. But the justification for everything that happens in Insurrection is that the Federation Diplomatic Corps is tied down trying to end the Dominion War. So they need so they need us to go out and put out one more fire. But if we don't go to the archaeological dig on Honorius, the rains will come. And then they make Picard put this like doily on his head, and that movie is ridiculous. But
the problem is with Star Trek: The Warmth of Collectivism, you couldn't have it during the Canadian War You have Admiral Janeway in the movie.
Admiral Janeway's in Insurrection. She's not in Warmth of Collectivism, is she? I think
I
it's,
thought she was in Warmth of Collectivism. Yeah.
Is she the one who tells him,
Says,
John Lee,
Admiral
whatever you do, don't
Janeway."
come back to Earth. No one wants you here, and I'm still trying to get rid of the crabs you gave me.
Which is even more stupid, right? Because I could have sworn she was in this movie. I could, in fact,
No,
we need
she's
to look
in
this up.
Nemesis.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yeah, she sent him to Romulus.
She's only just gone to the Delta Quadrant in 1996.
To
when
the
this movie
Delta
comes
smelt.
out.
Yeah. Anyway,
She's only just gotten there, and in this movie, it's the most grounded of all these movies that happen in a Nexus in a dream. And I want to thank the Dead Man for the super chat. Yeah, I wish they had the maybe done a Dominion War movie, but they didn't. Time Borg Bandits says radioactive actual, and that's a good way to describe what their scenario would have been to win, or even go back in time before you hit the moon. At the outer edge of our defense system, yeah, go back in time there. Absolutely. Plan B is so much better than Plan A. And the things that that mean that this movie happens in the Nexus are, 1, the unlikely chain of events. 2, I think that there was a battle with the Borg near Earth, but Picard probably didn't play a prominent role in it. 3, there was no time travel to correct things with Zephyr Cochrane, or we would have seen it in the Mirror Universe and Enterprise. And there are other things in Regeneration that kind of throw those Borg out of alignment. Those Borg were extremely different than other Borg we saw. They had really weak assimilation juice. They couldn't assimilate the Doctor. You could undo their assimilations. Those may not have been Borg. Those were like Timu Borg. They were Borg from Timu. I don't know how else to put it.
They were Barg.
Yeah, Kazon Borg. And, I am strongly anti-Kazon, but thank you. And Radioactive, Time Borg Bandits is a good one. Thank you, sir. And since it was a $2 super chat, Unicorn. I'm trying to stop peeking my mic so often. I'm a rocket man, mister. I'm tucking here, mister. You know what, guys? Star Trek First Contact has so many problems in it. It's the first movie where a woman goes in there, and the Warmth of Collectivism has so many problems. It's the first movie where a woman goes in there and straightens Captain Picard right out. He has a womanish meltdown, and then this chick who's been in space for the first time since no one's been in space since the 1990s or whatever in this version of Star Trek, right? Except Khan and his people in 1996. Everyone's earthbound losers at this point. It's a nightmare to live on Earth. And what happens? We have these people go up and explore explore this time travel story, which the temporal wake may have shielded us from the effects of the time travel. What a hand wave. These people are not capable of doing it, and it's not the greatest of movies. And at the end, we have basically a shortcut to end this movie. But I do want to say I hate when Alfred Woodard confronts Picard about breaking his little ships, and all of a sudden he gets it back together, and he's like, perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should be a good captain man now. Maybe what I've done wrong
Admiral,
has been a bad captain man.
For
I'm a bad
those of
Admiral
you,
man.
For those of you who don't know this backstage, in our subspace communications,
Don't tell them the
Admiral
joke I wrote.
was railing. No, not those. Earlier in the week, the Admiral was just railing against this scene. It's a scene that I hated when I first saw it in theaters. It's the one that Admiral Teag was just describing, right? It's the one where Patrick Stewart, because this isn't even Captain Picard. Captain Picard would never do this. He would never allow himself to be this out of control. A man who knew there were only 4
Trashing his office,
smashing a phaser rifle into all of the models of these ships because he got so angry. This was Patrick Stewart playing himself.
commanding an emotional scene where he can recompose himself quickly and impress the audience.
Right.
And he wanted to quote Melville.
It was overly specific what he wanted. It's like, I want in a 3-minute turnaround to go from reasonable to rage to, again reasonable and show my acting rage. It's fuck you, PStew.
And what we may never know until after he passes, and if the directors and all this ever want to bring it out, is did he have to get this in a contract to agree to do this movie? What was this?
The other people
weird,
couldn't have been
petty
happy with their
Hollywood
minimized
stuff?
roles.
Oh, I know. I'm thinking.
What was it like when he had to bring them back in Picard and he's like, well, I was wrong. I do need you to make money and have people be interested in me.
I mean, I'm kind of wondering to know, like, did he demand a $10 million bonus or premium over everyone else? And they said, well, we can't do 10, but we can do 7. And we'll give you this 3-minute stupid scene that we won't cut for the final thing where you get to pretend that you're a better actor than you are. This is the type of stuff that I'm like, this really ruins movies. And they allow it.
He's like, I'm a movie star. I'm in X-Men. I'm an action movie star. It's like, in X-Men, you're in a wheelchair.
Yeah, exactly. And so it not only makes us mad as viewers of a Star Trek story, but just as a theatrical aspect of a movie. And like, this did not go well. I don't think he pulled off a very strong performance, being it not a Star Trek movie at all. I don't think that the actress that they had playing opposite him was well suited for that role either. It's
the Borg
just
Queen?
very no. The said her name already, started with an A.
Alfred Woodard.
Yes.
Alfred Woodard. Yeah.
I don't
From
think
Miss Evers' boys. I mean, she's in like I think
Mhm.
Mississippi Burning too. I mean, she's done major work. She's a
I'm
good
not saying
actress.
she's a
It's
bad
just she
actress.
didn't belong in this.
I don't think she belonged in this. I
That
don't
story
think she
didn't belong in
belonged
this.
movie because they didn't give her the right role for a lot of
You
this.
wake up in the 24th century, people are attacking you. You don't know what the hell's going on. The only people who have just healed you, you decide to ditch them and go out on your own. You have no idea where the hell you are, what's going on. Only that you're under attack, and these are the only people being nice to you. Let's ditch them.
The Borg,
instinctual.
are they Swedish? Definitely not Swedish. Like, on well, we're going to go in circles on this movie forever with everything that I have a problem with.
This is the first time we see a captain get fully cucked by a woman. When Captain Kirk gets turned down by Jillian, it's not that he gets turned down; she turns him down. He's shocked that she's not going to hit on him. And when she has only when she goes to shake his hand, he's a little surprised, and he realizes I've gotten a little older. I'm not even 50 anymore. I'm like 62. What are you gonna do? And he's like, you know what? Gosh darn it, you're like the daughter I never had. And he seems to be comfortable. And he's like, I'll find myself like a 48-year-old woman. Damn it, I'll level up. And Kirk is okay with that. In this one, it's like Picard feels like it's like he needs to have the character debased and yelled at by women, and it's the same old trope, and it's starting to like we're gonna normalize that in the next movies, like him just being wrong and being led around by his dick. Like
the real way that this movie would have ended way faster than this. The second they would have sensed the Borg. He would have beamed down a bunch of antimatter and supplies and like another 30 members of his engineering crew and said, okay, everybody else, I'm setting course for the sun, maximum impulse, and we're going to destroy the Borg into the sun with the whole ship.
Yeah,
the ship is coming
we're all
with us.
beaming down to the planet. We'll bring enough stuff with us to build our own time traveling spaceship. We'll slingshot around the sun and go home. Then we'll send back a few people will slingshot around the sun and go home. We'll build a probe that can do it, and then we'll send for a rescue mission. We won't be stuck here.
I'm not even talking that grandiose. Fun. I was just gonna say he'll beam off as much as he can off the ship with like 10 minutes notice, right? In a whole bunch of people, and he'll say, okay, 20 people with me to make sure we can control the ship long enough. We're gonna take a 2-minute trip to the sun and just end it. Because we can't let this risk continue. And that would have been the end of the episode. And he would have sacrificed himself as a true Starfleet captain trying to protect not only the timeline, but Earth itself. And it would have been a noble sacrifice. And now you're not getting another Star Trek movie, folks. But this whole we're going to fight deck for deck crap. No.
That's so stupid. Like,
Stupid.
you're sacrificing your crew to a fate worse than death. And by
One
the
by
way,
one.
we did. I'm going to do my imitation of JT, and I did not like Captain Picard killing one of his own crew to keep him from becoming a Borg. We didn't need to see it. It was unnecessary for Captain. I did not like when Hold on, let me turn on the camera for this. And I did not like when Captain Picard killed one of his own crew members to keep him from becoming a Borg. I thought it was very, very lowbrow sci-fi. I did not like the unheroic nature of Captain Picard killing one. This movie is so dumb with the time travel and the idiocy. Oh, Captain, the temporal wake has protected us, Captain, sir. Oh, yes, Captain. No, Captain. Sir, 2 weeks. Sir, 10 million years. Sir, they're all Borg. Sir, 9 billion people, sir. How many enemies, sir? Sir, 9 billion. Sir, we need to send for Albert Einstein. Sir, he's very busy. This was the stupidest Star Trek movie ever, and it's the end of all Star. It proves that after the Nexus, we couldn't go any further down. We have broken all the rules of Star Trek. Thank you, Sean. Perfect timing. It started to catch me now. The music algorithm has gotten tighter, so it catches it when it starts playing the repetitive bassy part. So I have to stop it before it gets there, or I have to cut out part of the show. It gives me a good minute to rant. I always have time to find it. Go, but by all means.
The Dead Man, you're correct. I cannot. That answers his super chat, or not his super chat, his regular chat.
Dead Man has said, and hello, Daniel. JT cannot use contractions. That's true. Only JT's brother TJ can use contractions.
I need
he has that
to
weird
say
facial
about
tick.
The stupidest part of the movie is just at the end when they fully can just do time travel by open up the vortex, and it's like, why? How do they not keep that tech? Just recreate the vortex, Mr. LaForge. Oh, okay. You mean all we got to do is press a button now, and we can go travel time.
They should time travel 2 months before that event, so that way they can marshal the entire Starfleet and then lay some gigantic booby trap, so that way the Borg don't even get that close to.
Yeah. So not only does the time travel story crap ruin the story, it ruins future stories, because now all you have to do is press a button. You can go to any time you want, make any corrections you need to, and now you have God power. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You have infinite.
That's why I don't want. That's why. Yeah, that's why I don't want. I want Trek to stay in the TNG era or earlier, because the further out you go, they just get godlike tech, and it's ridiculous.
I agree. And they can't ever talk about the events of these movies again. But I would say the fact that we don't go rewind time every time something goes wrong after this is another good indication that this is just a dream that Picard has in the Nexus. So then this movie, as bad as it is, it finally ends. We didn't even talk about how we go outside the ship and disconnect the deflector, the long-range sensor that the Borg are retasking into a transmitter to transmit home. That is as dumb as fuck, where Mr. Hawk, Neil McDonough, starts to turn into a Borg inside of his spacesuit with, nothing else. I mean, I do realize your skin turns purple and you start to fish out, but you don't grow implants, and you don't grow, you know what I mean? You don't grow like a hook hand. Like, Mr. Hawk comes back at them far too Borgified for someone who's just been shot up with Borg fluid.
Well, it does have one of the coolest lines in the Star Trek movies. Worf, assimilate this. That was a pretty cool line.
Fairly cool. It's fairly cool. I thought it was ham-fisted, but it wasn't that bad. If there was ever a time for them to like not be a little too hammy, it was after that dumb fight, because the fight itself's a little dumb, and they're going to send a message to the Borg in their time, which suggests what everyone else has said earlier. Why not go back in time first and then go after humans in like whatever, like 1880. Any time before 1970 or 80, you're not even going to be able to give token resistance.
Why
Resistance in the 80s.
didn't the Federation go back in time to stop the destruction of Romulus with the supernova? And they never would have had Picard season any of them.
I'm sorry, repeat your Picard point.
Yeah. Picard season 1, the
Right.
destruction of Romulus. Why didn't they just go back in time?
Rewind time and
everybody
just
real quick.
show them the video of what happened when they didn't listen, and then just be like, do you guys really want this to be a problem from here on in? And Sean's mouse is now working again. On the
Thank
running
God
the
for
hamster wheel
batteries.
at top. You know what? That's what my ex-wife always used to say. I don't know what she meant by it.
I was going to
anyway,
say, well, you had mentioned earlier about something about a plan B.
the plan B. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
that was the
where's
best
this
$40 I've ever loaned to.
Oh God.
Loan.
Saves you a $40 now. Saves you 18 years of.
Hello, Jack is Law 2.0. Jump in and join the discussion. 1, don't be a dick. Forget about the real world. And 2, please, no trash people are attacking others. What in chat? Did they have to agree? It's a good general principle to go by, and it's worked for us here for a couple of years. Welcome aboard and welcome to the show. We're going through the Next Generation movies. We are allowed to say that the product is bad. This movie, it's got more questions than answers, more problems than you could ever ask for. We give Starfleet, get out of my chair, the possibility of infinite rewinds, and they don't use them ever again. We can't talk about this movie anymore because we give them too much power. Moving forward, the next movie
I just want to say my favorite movie is 2, and you just see how far they've gone from The Wrath of Khan to this, and the music is still great. The technology is the
music is great.
movie have gone so far ahead, and yet it's gotten them nowhere. In fact, it got worse already. And I know we say that a lot more about modern movies where CGI has hurt them more than helped. But you can even see it here without all of they still use CGI. But even with the small amount that they use, it doesn't help them at all. It still comes back to the writing and the cast and the fundamental basics of a movie that they miss. They just missed it here. And they could have spent all of that money and all that time on a good Borg script and made a movie that might have been better than The Wrath of Khan. It could have, or close, right? This could have gone in such a different direction without time travel. And for that, this feels like the most disappointing of all 4 of the movies to me, because they missed such a great opportunity here. And I think Jonathan Frakes did a good enough job, a pretty decent job of shooting this
He's a
film,
good director,
right? So I don't think that's where the problem
Most of the time. Yeah, most of the time he's a pretty
Most
good
of the
director.
time. I think the cast,
Lost it now.
except for Patrick Stewart, did pretty well, right? For most of this. I don't think they needed to bring in the Doctor and some of this other stuff. Some of these cameos were a bit much.
Oh, the Ethan Phillips.
Right.
He's in the holodeck.
They had so
you can be
much
a dick about how
opportunity.
bad the movie is. That's allowed.
They had so much opportunity to do a story with the Borg, and Star Trek Voyager proves that. It proves that they have a lot left to do with the Borg, and this is what they did, was time travel.
And by the way, we
Mhm.
did another damaging thing that no one mentioned here. We see a couple of Borg in the background just short out and die when the Borg queen is killed. So we have put head vampire trope onto the Borg just to get rid of loose ends. That was a stupid fucking nerf of the Borg. Or these are weird Borg who suck? I don't know. I mean, why do they have head vampire trope? And all of a sudden Picard remembers this weird chick who's all like green and slimy, and she looks like she should be dating the leader from freaking Captain Falcon, Captain Sam Falcon Man, and all this other stuff. And the movie is just, kind of terrible as I try to struggle through it. And it's like the Borg Queen's the most vexing part. And like, I guess it's kind of implied that her and Data have some kind of physical joining of some sort because he has some skin. Like, where else does she give it to him? And they leave him with his face half hacked off with the lights on there. There was no blood, so that was cool. At the time, even in the movie theater, I was like, they're doing that just because they can. I don't even think that looks particularly cool.
Right.
Like when he's like back in his navigator seat and that section of his face is gone where the skin had been put in to replace.
Yep.
And he looked sliced up and odd. And I would have just been like, get down there to Georgie and have him put your face back on. And as far as, these first two movies, what we forgot to do is we didn't grade them. So the first movie, I would just say Star Trek Generations. Sirs, I'm giving Star Trek Generations a C.
That's what I would give it to.
I give it a D.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the only reason it's a C is because for 20 minutes I'm enjoying William Shatner. And
Right.
then there's
Yeah, well,
20
yeah,
minutes
that's
where
fair
I
enough, yeah.
tolerate William Shatner's character being weird. But I don't think that was William Shatner that he met I don't think that was Captain Kirk that he met in the Nexus.
It was an Echo.
It was an Echo. Captain Kirk was killed when the Enterprise D was destroyed, and he saved all those people's lives, including, unfortunately, Guinan. All right, so Star Trek Worst Contact. We've just been talking about the movie Star Trek First Contact. This one we will get a little more fulsome on. This movie flies under the radar as the good Star Trek TNG movie, and I'll hand it over to first Sean and then JT to explain to me why it is I am totally and completely right when I say this is a terrible effing movie, not quite the New York Jets of Star Trek movie, because JJ and Section 31 and stuff like that's still off in the future, but it's going to get uglier. But this is the worst of the original continuity movies canonically. It gets more boring, but this one's destructive. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with everything we're saying about it being bad, but to me, it's more watchable than the others. It just because it's a decent sci-fi action movie.
That is true because of the action. It is very watchable because you can just be like, oh, all right, but here comes another. But the thing is, the cucking scenes and the modern pop music, like the bad part of the movie is truly bad.
It is. There's the bad is really bad, but it's still watchable. And it's saved by special effects. It's saved by the music, of course. The acting's pretty good, even despite the overacting part. Some good jokes. I like that Barclay's in it. I like that we get to see Barclay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is a good little touch. And other people, the crew plays into that movie, unlike the other movies. Like in First Contact, it was almost like with Patrick Stewart, like they're like, how can we outthink PStew? He's just such a snob. He's like, walked in one day and solved that problem for him. He's like, I've been offered a role as a professor of mutants. I understand it's from your American law. I shall be preparing for this role and won't be able to dedicate my full time to saving your Star Trek movie. And when he left, they were just like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Right? Some team dynamic in this movie.
And there was something. Oh, I wish they wouldn't have killed Lieutenant Hawk. I liked him. I liked him as a character for some reason. He was very Starfleet to me. I really did like him. It sucks that they Borged him out because he would have been a good addition to the crew.
I agree with that with Hawk. Yeah.
Mr. Hawk is in Flags of Our
Disappointed
Fathers.
He wasn't there
He's in a lot of movies. I think he's also in Band of Brothers.
Oh, is he?
Could be. So I give this a C minus, just to create a little bit of separation from the first one. Because if you forced me to say which one of these is better than the other, if I can't give them the same grade.
This one doesn't have William Shatner, so it's by default worse.
Yeah. I mean, there is so much, the soundtrack and the sets, and you could tell people worked really hard to try to make a great movie. It's still visually stunning today. It sets up some good lore stuff around First Contact, even though there's a lot with Zephyr Cochrane that I don't like.
Well, Zephyr Cochrane is definitely not the
him in Enterprise, but
they rescue Zephyr Cochrane. I don't know. Is Zephyr Cochrane the Zephyr Cochrane of TOS, or like?
I don't want to get too invested into that. I just. It's not a great movie. It's not even really a good movie, but it made the most money out of these four. And I dare say, for that, you can't mark it a complete failure, as it got you another couple films. Even though those films are garbage, it's not this film's fault.
This movie, the best part of this movie comes like 5 years later when they redo the beginning to make the fucking Mirror Universe episode of Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah, but they couldn't get what's his name? Who's the actor who played Cochrane?
They had him. Cromwell.
No, they if you look at it, they use a clip from First Contact and then they zoom into his hand pulling out the shotgun. It was not him.
Ah, good catch, Sean. That's why you know what, you've earned your pay for the week. You know what, we're going to turn the replicator
resolution
on your cabin up to
cool.
1080. Thank you.
Yeah, it was clever editing. I will give him that. It was clever editing, but he did come back for the first episode
to get the speech.
Of Enterprise. That is true.
His big speech comes after a moment where I'm still shaking my head that this woman had to tell him how to go in there and be a space hero, and she's from Earth and never been in space for more than 5 minutes. That was infuriating, and there's no
glass.
You gave it JT gave it a C minus. Sean, what did you give it again?
I didn't give my grade.
Give it
for First Contact. A B just for the rewatchability, but I say that just for entertainment value. If I have to grade it as a Star Trek movie, it's a C minus.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go now. I hated everything about this stupid fucking movie. It made me angry as hell. I thought that it was ridiculous. And everything in it was plot convenience after plot convenience. Everything about it was dumb, including, like, emblematic of this movie is Mr. Hawk's transformation in the middle of the battle. I mean, it was in like 1 minute with no help from other Borg. He doesn't like fuck it up and like slip off the ship and go. He comes back and he's a problem. I mean, this is like the zombie movie trope taken way too far in a non-zombie movie. Then to have Alfred Woodard's character, Ruby, is that her name, say, wait, so they're Lily, they're space zombies? It's like, yeah, like we've been like sort of like not admitting to that for a really good long time, bitch. Why do you have to say it and like ruin the, it's not the actresses or the character's fault. It's the writer's fault, obviously, but that's your reaction as a fan. You're like, well, you're not supposed to just tear the fucking Band-Aid off like that, bitch. It's like, and then like Voyager just tub thumps this is the last time anyone's afraid of the Borg. Their gear is great. The production values of this movie are high. There are some good shots. It's still shot like television. I would have cut out whole segments of this movie, like the machine gun duel on the holodeck with Picard dressed in a tuxedo. Like, where did he find time to change? It was so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Have him do something a little bit different. The Die Hard in space part. Maybe the only relatable conversation where he's like tries to explain to that woman, we're from the future, and if you don't believe me, jump out the airlock. It's a long way down, and he shows her, and she's just like, all right, or when they show Cochrane and he's like, wow. But then it's like they even do. Did anyone else resent it in the theater? I groaned. No one applauded in my theater when Zephyrin Cochrane said the line. Does anyone know what I mean?
Oh, that some kind of Star Trek.
You people, you're
Oh,
all
yeah.
like
Yeah.
astronauts on some kind of Star Trek.
Yeah.
But they have their head up there, astronauts. I mean, yeah.
I
Some of the
see,
dumbest-
and we didn't talk
Your
about
telescope.
this 'cause there's so many moments of this thing, but once he was able to use the Tommy gun with the holographic bullets, I'm like, you guys all need to go to the nearest replicator and start making like
Tommy guns.
belt-fed machine guns.
And
Because your
batlets.
phasers don't work.
Yeah, how stupid is that?
They can stop thermonuclear explosions from a photon torpedo, but a batleth gets through. Or 9mm.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is Neil McDonough. I knew that. He got a Super Bowl commercial for like a car. It was one of the weirdest commercials ever. Also, he is in Band of Brothers, and he is in Flags of Our Fathers as well. He's a real good actor. He had his day in the 90s, and that's why we're rooting for Mr. Hawk, because he's kind of like not so much an up-and-comer as he's established as that kind of character, competent, like a junior officer kind of character, which is what he does in all of these various shows. Soldier of competence.
What they should have done here, Admiral Sir, was, for their sidearms, gotten rid of their phasers and just gone with the Colt 44 Magnum, because it is the most powerful handgun ever invented.
That's
Or
right.
a gold-plated Desert Eagle.
And they
That's
could have
what
gone
Admiral
around,
Teag would have.
and Picard could have gone up to the Borg Queen and said, "Do you feel lucky today, punk?" Well,
Could you
do
imagine? Could you imagine if we were kidnapped by like interdimensional travelers and like dumped off in the new Trek world? Within a couple of weeks, we would be like the major crime syndicate, and they would be like these are our three fugitives. We don't know much about them. Admiral Teag, and like you would see me like in the Starfleet uniform with like the gold-plated Desert Eagle, but I'd be holding it sideways. like straight gangsta with like a 40 in the other hand, with like the Starfleet uniform with like the jacket open and like a Sabbath t-shirt underneath. And it's like, this is the Mr. Carter. He is very dangerous, inventive. He managed to hack into Federation Section 31 security in only 5 minutes. It's like, who knew that DOS was so breakable, sir? We had no clue. And Master of Disguises J.T. Kirk sometimes is able to appear as a Russian. We would be the most wanted and dangerous criminals. It's like when we slapped the gat to like Gregorio's head, like holding the Desert Eagle sideways, and I was like, "Here's what you're gonna do, bitch. You're gonna give me the God's End, and you're gonna stop talking in that stupid affected accent. We can barely understand you when you speak English." The failed wordplay of Alex Kurtzman. Guys, quite honestly, these movies are still a lot better than what we got from Alex Kurtzman, but they are bad. Next week we do the Kelvin movies, and that's The Ugly, and then we go back to another major Enterprise story called The Forge. Too bad the Borg was destroyed in Picard season 3. Well, they were destroyed by Voyager, honestly.
They were destroyed by Voyager, yeah.
New alien threat in the 25th century. I hope they're working on it. We haven't seen the Borg in so long that if we went into the future and we ran into Borg again, if we rededicated like these Borg had survived a few things and were tougher Borg 2.0s, we could make them work again. Just this time, make their right hands be electronic like egg mashers instead of their left. What do you want? I think that we could still save the Borg because now they've been on the bench a real long time. We can't put them in the field every day, but we could use them a little bit because I think the movie and the TV Star Trek seems to be united, which will be in the past, but movie Star Trek seems to be headed for the future, like past the Next Generation. Indications are leaning that way. We were told it's not a reboot. We were told it's not a reboot, so sequel to previous Star Trek seems to be the only thing to do. Even better, says the dead man, a Mexican standoff in a cemetery, and Data's left yelling, Baldy! Yeah! We'll get to that one in our next movie. We'll talk about Picard's baldness being a plot point as we close the door on what I give an F as a Star Trek movie, and a B is a mediocre action movie from any other franchise. Attack of the Space Zombies is a good movie. Star Trek First Contact is an F as a Star Trek story. It's convenient, it's stupid, it's self-contradictory, it's in conflict with other canon. Other Star Trek doesn't even try to play nice to it. There's the homage to it in First Contact doesn't even include doubling the actors, which would have been done to add some verisimilitude. A word banned on this channel. You're not allowed to put that in chat. I might decide to.
Is that a blacklisted word?
That is a blacklisted word. Verisimilitude is blacklisted.
Oh, nice.
Because it was somebody who was annoying me very early on, who I couldn't stand, used the word all the time to try to dress up these pedantic, idiotic arguments like. The most perfect time travel movie happens to be 12 Monkeys. And I'm like, and he's like, it's totally perfect. And I'm like, what about like 1/3 of the time when they go back to 1914 and kill somebody and the other times when they don't? I mean, like, it's not really perfect. Like, how many like butterfly effects were there and stuff like that? It's just an interesting time travel movie, right? Davy Jones agrees. Thank you. It is kind of odd, but funny. This movie, I think, is more like funny, strange. And this was the one that really, early internet starting to get going. There's BDS and ICE and shit like that, and people are talking about it, torrenting or whatever, trying to talk about this stuff on, I think Al Gore was sending smoke signals for us. I missed the dial-up sound, but when I do, I just listen to Skrillex. Remember them? And we got the Trek reviewer says, I want to know more about the Girardi Borg.
Right.
I mean, there'll be a novel about it and probably a comic book, to be honest with you. She goes ATM. That's what we know about the Girardi Borg. All right. It's disgusting. We don't want to talk about it anymore. But I mean, just before we move on to indigestion, this movie really sums it up. An unfamiliar ship with the Borg in an unfamiliar form. This is from their CD collection of their DVD collection of their movies. There really wasn't any cohesive through line. There seemed to be damage control and a correction, or Patrick Stewart had like too much to do with the X-Men movies and like wouldn't be in Generations as much. In this next movie, Star Trek Indigestion, we have about the stupidest fucking movie I have ever seen in the Star Trek skin suit until the next Star Trek movie, beginning another horrible trend in Star Trek where every effort is a little worse than the one before it. And by the way, this last movie is 1998. The next one takes a fucking while to come out after it. This movie does so much damage to Star Trek. This had a set that looked like the Cinderella set. It was so bad. I'm sorry, the Snow White set. It was so fucking bad. It was absolutely mind-bendingly terrible. It keeps getting worse and worse. We have a story about... I think that, and I think I'm using the word correctly here, JT and Sean will correct me here. This movie tries to take a meta appeal about parents and children and using a generational approach. It's like, oh, people watch Star Trek with their kids, which is true about the better Star Trek and stuff like that. But in this movie, we're not like doing it very well. We're evoking parents and kids, and we're evoking like relationships and familial things, and we're evoking family. But we're not really doing it. This is a relationship movie. It's like when Jean-Luc met the 300-year-old adult version of Miri, it's like they saw Miri and they're like, what if she was like an adult who was 300 years old? It's so dumb. It's got some TOS episodes just kind of cheat coded in there. They cheat code their way to a movie. Was the movie late? Was Star Trek on TV doing so well that they're like, we strike while the iron is hot? This movie mentions the Dominion War directly. They say, oh, oh, the Dominion War's taking up everyone's time, and now we have to go put out one more fire. And Picard is played like the whiny bitch that he is. This is really the destruction of the Picard character. Totally. He at least was kind of heroic in Star Trek 1 and 2. I'm sorry, Star Trek 7 and 8. But in this movie, he's whiny. They mock him. They put like a weird bead toupee on him in the early sequence of the movie where they're talking to the dwarf pig people who are going to...
You don't want to know where those beads have been.
Yeah, no. His pig wife gave it to him before that. And like what I'm saying is the pig people from Star Trek. We're being very cautious about this one because when you have these Star Trek alien races, these alien races are like little pigs. They're horrible. They're boring. I think they're supposed to be fish people that got the aesthetic wrong because for some reason Picard calls off the fish.
I think what they should have called them. Unfortunately, this movie came out just a couple years before the Lucas prequel, Phantom Menace, where they had Nemoidians to make fun of Leonard Nimoy, right? They should have called these Lucasoids because they kind of look more like George Lucas.
They do. They're like short and they have no necks. That's true. Yeah. Although George is like average height with no neck. Everything in this movie is weird and bad. As you watch the credit sequence, the font is terrible. It looks terrible. The production quality is terrible. Their sets are terrible. Their ship looks good. It's the same ship set, but their like planet set is terrible. And in signs of things to come, the most ironic foreshadowing of all time, the movie is built around getting to the Kelvinite. The Kelvinite. The Kelvinite is the mineral in the mountains that's going to protect them from being beamed away by F. Murray Abraham and the bad guy aliens. Here's the deal. In the Briar Patch, remember the Briar Patch? I remember the Briar Patch was a great place. Jonathan Archer went to the Briar Patch, and Jonathan Archer went there with Data's ancestor. And for, you know what?
He met Brer Cisco.
Yes, he did. This whole Briar Patch thing, they introduce it well. They keep the continuity. They do make price. They mentioned Deep Space Nine like 4 times in this episode because that's, I guess, doing pretty well. They keep mentioning it, and like Mr. Worf just drops by again, inappropriate, out of nowhere. It's like he's 2 for 2 now because the first movie he's still supposed to be with them. So he's 2 for 2 now, just popping in out of nowhere in time for them to have their adventure. And so we're going to do a bunch of dumb shit, and we're going to meet some people. We're going to show the day-to-day operations of the ship. And the only enjoyable part in the opening sequence of the movie, which written by these TV people who were known for their strong openers, what a weak and awful opener, is that it's nice to look at how in shape and gorgeous both Bev and Marina look as they walk down that hallway, and their figures are just fantastic. Marina Sirtis has had like 2 movies to put into like her assets. She has gorgeous, amazing, indigenous, completely engorged twin cinemas. And Gates McFadden's looking still pretty gosh darn hot herself, really beautiful. And whatever, like they've got their dumb white Starfleet tuxes on. These are the worst uniforms in the history of real Star Trek. The white tuxedo uniforms that they're going to wear to go hang out with their buddies. I hated them. How about you?
Eugene 4, were they bad?
They have these satin, like weird, like Mexican, like Spanish style dinner jackets. The only thing stupider is the stuff on New Trek where their clothes are asymmetrical for no known fucking reason. Like I'm gonna
what was so wrong with the idea of moderately dressing up the actual uniforms just a little bit more, like they did in the TNG shows, as well as
with the Deep Space
earlier
Nine
Trek movies.
there was some thought there. They tracked with the Deep Space Nine, but not the Voyager uniforms. The Voyager uniforms stay frozen. The Deep Space Nine uniforms change a little bit every couple of years. And in the first movie, in Generations, Riker has a hybrid. He's got like a turtleneck jumpsuit, and Picard has the regular uniform in the beginning of the movie and a hybrid by the end.
And some of the people are in different uniforms at different times.
Yes.
Which is
Deep
totally
Space
not
Nine
Navy.
uniforms creeping in. But
Which is not military.
Military at all. No.
Military, they have the UOD, the uniform of the day. I don't know about other services, but I know that the Navy, they say, okay, here's what we're wearing tomorrow.
Right.
They have a schedule.
And you're an officer, you wear, your officer uniform, it's this level officer uniform. You're on this duty, you're going to wear your whites. You're on that duty, you're going to wear your, your fatigue officer uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very exacting about that. The only thing I'd say is they are at star bases and like people changing over, but especially in a military like theirs, we could walk into a room and say, replicate me a uniform that's up to speculation and up to regulations, and just walk out fine. But whatever, there's a gradual changeover going on. They wanted to do it. I guess it's for us. By the second movie, they're wearing whatever the Deep Space Nine uniform is, and they have Deep Space Nine communicator badges. The second movie is First Contact. We discussed that. Insurrection has something to do with some kind of planet that makes the people who are there age backwards. It's Benjamin Button planet, and it does something to you.
Fountain of Youth, planet Fountain of Youth.
Yeah, and why? Because why this happens, nobody knows. It has been touched on in other Star Trek. It's like, on the other side of this planet, we found the remains of a civilization documented by Jim Kirk of Yangs and Coombs. The Yangs are doing just fine over there. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on with this dumb planet. I'll
leave you in even a bigger mystery, okay? And this is part of a theory that I wanted to bring into this, Admiral, that I talked about at the very beginning of the show. We mentioned that Warmth of Collectivism was a $45 million film. What would you estimate they spent on this film? Just throw out a number.
Wait, say again?
I'm thinking.
How much money do you think they spent on his erection? Knowing that the previous film was $45 million, and what this movie looks like, and the sets in everything else. What do you think they spent?
A little
couple
less,
bucks.
like $28 million.
No, very much the wrong direction. They actually spent $70 million on this film when the previous one was 45.
That's like $420 zillion. That is literally like a $330 million cost overrun in these times monies.
Yeah. So they spent just almost double. And to put this away, this movie was filmed in California, and it was also filmed on sets they had already made for the previous movie. And they also
right by
used
Valdez Rock
in Deep Space Nine and Voyager. So this film was in California, in place and in Paramount backlots and on already created sets, and they spent $70 million on this. And it wasn't for makeup. They were in the footsteps of Karak a lot of the time there.
Yep. We saw Valdez Rock just barely out of frame. They showed that formation that it's on. And we had been back there in Generations 2. We saw the woods from the Guardian planet. That was that same national park that was filmed at. It looked exactly the same.
Yep.
It looked exactly. I was like, that's the tree that Karak gets beat up at. It's like, behold the god who bleeds. Like, where's the rest of the Guardians? Let's pump some fun into this movie. That movie, it lived in that movie had scorn for my enjoyment. That movie had scorn for me as a Star Trek fan. That movie had scorn for being a Star Trek movie, and they just didn't want to go any further down the line with the last thing we could do here is Star Trek this up a little more. That would be a horrible mistake, sirs and madams. How could we ever, do something so completely insane as to make this movie a little more Star Trek-like? And it's just it's a relationship movie about Picard. Again, it's a have it both ways send up of Miri, where now Miri is not going to really be a problem. Like Picard can date her because she's 300, but she aged to 30, and everyone ages backwards to a different arbitrary age. The one guy is arbitrarily aged back to 48, and then the chick is also arbitrarily aged back to I don't know, a good looking 44, but not good looking in today's sense, in a 90s sense. She looked great for 45 to 50 in the 90s, but today people pull it off better. They really do. And Picard falls head over heels, gaga in love with this woman when Bev's right there. Meanwhile, Picard's show says that Bev and Picard start fucking because of this. He's doing shit with this woman because he's in love with her, totally in love with her. At one point, they put beads over Picard's head, like I said, dumb as could be. The movie is dumb and getting dumber. It revels in its stupidity. It insists on it. And there's even when we see the names of the cast, when we see the name of the director, when we see the name of the movie, it is so flat and so TV. This movie lacks things like depth of field, and it is extremely reliant on you having seen specific episodes. We see a ship that is cloaked in a lake that has a holodeck on board that is going to be used to kidnap the people from the planet and bring them somewhere else so that we can... It's a heist movie. It also has a bit of the Yangs and the Coombs thing going on in it. It's got... please help me with the name of that. I'm blanking on that episode. Omega Glory. It's got Omega Glory in it because it's the eternal life thing. We don't have a totally unprincipled
You're going way
Admiral.
deeper into this, Admiral, than what they were going for. Okay.
Well, I'm saying they did it better in other Star Trek. The same exact idea. They're going to try to transplant these people off their planet without them knowing it. I guess they haven't been informed by the other faction that happens to be a breakaway of the people on this planet. They left so they could get ugly. Seems to be the only reason. F. Murray Abraham and his troop of bad guys and his performance in this, I like F. Murray Abraham, Gavin Blackburn. I really do. I went to that planet and tried to get my boobs to be perkier. Exactly, yeah. Stupid lines in there I'm also designed to be used as a flotation device. When they find the ship that is designed to take them off the planet and is a bad, poorly rendered holographic send up of that planet. That depends on a particular TNG episode having been seen to even understand what they're doing. And then when they say it's a hologram and they start to explain it, that woman snippily cuts them off saying, I know what a hologram is. And to myself, I'm saying, not the kind of holograms these motherfuckers got. They're totally specific and different from a true hologram. And the last part I want to say about this is a planet, guys, of technical Luddites. They're as advanced or more advanced than the Federation, but they've given up space travel because that's for losers. I hate these smug scumbags. All right, go ahead, Sean and JT, have at it.
I was going to say the two episodes in TNG that they seem to even care about, the whole rest of them they don't, is Who Watches the Watchers. Because, of course, that's what we have to do to get Data shoehorned into this. And why is he on the planet? He should be the last one that you put there for obvious reasons. It's like putting a whole bunch of Klingons there and then having it go down. Operational security, you would never do this ever in a million years. But hey, the other one that they have is from
not only that, but really quickly on Data, he malfunctions because he doesn't not malfunction. We get a line later that, oh yeah, there was something wrong in his positronic brain we couldn't fix. Oh, you don't think it could fix positronic brains? And I'm like, well, you just said you couldn't.
that whole thing was stupid as well. They just wanted to have
This
some
movie
cool
starts
CGI
with a massive
where you only
meltdown.
see his head running
Yeah,
around.
was that CGI or was that traditional filmmaking? There was more CGI when he pulls off the invisibility suit, but when we see his head, that to me looked like old-fashioned blue screen.
It might have been, but regardless of that fact, the only other one that they cared about in this that I could really tell was the season 7 episode where Wesley Crusher gets himself removed from Starfleet Academy because he's such an asshole and nobody likes him. And so he tried to sabotage removal of these colonists from a world that was given to the Cardassians. And Picard was basically saying, I don't care if they're Native Americans or Guardians or not, or who they are, they got to come off the planet, and you don't get to make policy, Federation policy. You get to do whatever I tell you to do. And then in this movie, they do the exact opposite. Picard says, well, I'm going to do whatever I want. I don't care about Federation policy. It was like they watched that episode and decided, we don't like that because of whatever reason. We're going to do the exact opposite. I just want to say, going back, you have to wonder where they spent this money, because it certainly wasn't in costumes. It wasn't in sets. It wasn't in any type of investment into the cast. This to me feels like a Kurtzman operation, Admiral, where the money just poofs. The money just poofs and you don't know where it goes. And my only question is who got paid on this? I'm going there. I'm going there.
I'm wondering
who got
if
paid to make this movie, because there's no explaining it. And if you look at the amount of money that it grossed in the theater, the amount of money that it cost, this thing lost money. If you double the budget for advertising, it would be 140. The box office was 118. So this
I think
thing
it might have been a
lost
little cheaper to do publicity back then, and Star Trek was coasting on a little bit of goodwill. But let's just
okay, it broke even. At
Cowell,
best.
by the way, great comment. It's so true. It's like the explanation that you take something away from a man by automating a task with machinery was so stupid because they built an irrigation system. So hypocritical much? Yeah,
Yep.
and it's like that's like that guy in the block who's like, I don't have a television. It's like, go fuck yourself.
Why do you need to hide a cloaked ship in a lake? What the hell? Hide it in orbit. These people don't have spaceships that you know of. Put it in orbit. Why do you need to cloak it at all? Why is it underwater?
It's
Just put
also
it
is
next to
depending
Mount
heavily
Dover.
on that episode with Worf's brother who transplants
Yeah.
his people.
I got vibes of that
Put it
one
on the
too.
other side of the put it like on the other side of the mountain range. No one's ever going to find it.
Well-
This is a whole planet with like 200 people on it. Why are you putting it under a lake?
Well, that's the other thing that's wrong with this movie. There's so few of them. Why don't they just find another part of the planet to land people? Like, there was no need to remove them at all. They had no tech,
Right.
no way to detect them. Like, oh, we got to remove it. Why? Is it like in the movie Cocoon and there's only so much juice, in the pool?
Because the operation to absorb the rings of the planet. Okay, so the entire briar patch is filled with theta radiation.
Oh, that's right. It was going to kill them all. So they're okay. That's right.
The operation was to harvest the thallion radiation.
No,
which is
that was
something
Nemesis.
Picard-
I thought it was Metreon particles. I could be
Okay,
wrong.
there it is. It was-
Thalion was the radiation in Nemesis.
Thank you. They needed plot convenientium. And the only way to collect it, the convenientium was concentrated in the MacGuffin rings of planet Rustic 4, where these goddamn Luddites lived who thought they were better than us. We find out it's actually a family feud and a civil war, so now all of a sudden the Prime Directive applies again because the people on the planet, the Prime Directive's off because they got there with warp power. So the fact that Admiral Doherty, who's played very well by our friend Anthony Zerbe from my favorite Bond movie, License to Kill with Timothy Dalton, he dies a similar death in this one when they give him the villain death that he doesn't deserve when they spread his face apart. Why would a device devised only to stretch your skin cause his head to explode?
Because they turned it up to level 15. I don't know. My whole thing.
Why
with
would it
these
have a
particles,
fatal level?
Why can't you replicate these particles? You can replicate anything else out of thin air. Why not these particles?
Oh, that's because one of the elements that makes up convenientium is uniquium.
Yeah, bullshit. This
That
story should
and
have
hard to
never gotten off the ground.
replicate-atorium.
This
story sucks. And it's, by the way, this is a very selfish love story about Picard and some chick who, like, I'm sorry, guys, I've done better. Like, Patrick Stewart should be making me jealous. Like, it shouldn't be like, maybe if I was drunk, I might go there. Like, who was she doing that she got that role? Her acting wasn't anything to write home about. She was the most stoic, boring person. Another chick telling Captain Picard how to be a better Captain Picard. We should go to the mountains where the Kelvinite will protect us. It's like, believe me, when the word Kelvin comes to town, it's not going to be anything
That's
write.
why I'm
it's not
asking.
going to protect you.
That's why I'm asking who really got paid making this movie.
What are you saying? Were they giving money to like tank Star Trek?
No, I'm saying like how the Kurtzman stuff is made as cheaply as possible, yet they spend a ton of money on it.
I looked at this movie and it looked like cheaply made garbage. It wasn't Section 31 level garbage, but their little version of The Shire was no more impressive than what AMC makes for The Walking Dead, like one of their little villas. It was maybe even a little less impressive. So, I mean, it was nothing. These 600 people represented by roughly 60 actors, like, it didn't look like, it was never convincing that there were I never believed there were 600 people. The movie wasn't so great. And, you know, I don't know what else there is to say about it. So there we go. Star Trek Insurrection. I don't fucking know if his girlfriend lives to the end of the movie. She almost dies. And he's like, Picard has this like really fucking horrible line where he shows how little he cares about his friends and how much he cares about like little Jean-Luc down there. It's like, I think I'm losing her. And it's like, fuck you.
Well, here we go. I asked our favorite large language model how much Patrick Stewart made for each of these movies. First Contact, he made $5 million for the film, and he made $9.5 million for Insurrection.
He did like a $2 million job. It was such a bad acting job. He was terrible in this movie. He was terrible in this movie.
That's where a chunk of this money went. It doesn't explain the nearly doubling, but it does explain how cost overruns started to go just completely out the window.
Good night, John.
Also,
Yeah,
I really found it funny that Lieutenant Commander Worf would know the lyrics in the tune to, you know, HMS Pinafore.
The worst part of this movie is Data goes berserk because he doesn't not go berserk. The movie refuses to bother explaining it. It's a hand wave explanation in the middle. They say he went crazy because he did not go crazy. He runs around and people repeatedly try to engage him in single combat, something we've known for 8 years is not worth it. No one tries to shoot him. No one tries to stun him. They keep trying to grab him and restrain him. They don't know about the little reset button on the back of his like modem brain where you push the little pin in and stop it. You know, they don't know how to like reboot him and reformat him to turn him from a fucking computer passport into your passport that holds the games and memory from your Xbox. They're not even that technically savvy. They're allowing this computer guy, you know, Data is an AI with like 20, what has he got? Like 10 times our strength, 9 times our strength. I mean, it's not steady, but we get estimates. He's like 6 or 7 times stronger.
He's stronger than a Vulcan.
He could throw a Vulcan around, and he could hold up a steel bulkhead.
He could make a storm happen. I mean,
and his legs are 82.5 centimeters long. They were 82.5 centimeters long when he was created, and they will be 82.5 centimeters long when he goes offline.
And to show you how lazily that was filmed,
I hated that
all
line.
of the height and depth perception and everything in that water scene and all of that was all completely wrong. And they didn't have enough money to go back and reshoot it in the soundstage in the lot that it was on at Paramount.
There's
for a lot
moments
of that.
where in the water you can see the
They
crew.
just left it.
I don't mean the Starship
fun
crew.
fact.
I mean the film crew. Go ahead. Sean.
Fun fact about that. So that lake where they filmed it is in Mammoth, California. It's called Convict Lake, and I have camped there. No, it is. It's called Convict Lake, and I've gone camping there. It's a really nice place.
So they traveled so far to film this movie.
Yeah,
from Hollywood.
Well, Mammoth isn't all that far from LA. It's about a 2.5-3 hour drive. It's reachable.
I'm saying, like, they didn't even have to pay commuting for the crew. Right?
Oh, I'm sure PStew was like, you may say.
That was definitely second unit because they were only there. All the other water scenes are other places. There are probably other lakes around Southern California.
Backwater Paramount Pool where they go
the setup
to rescue
shot.
the chick.
Yeah, the setup shot, and then where Data comes out of the lake. I did see Brent Spiner interviewed. He said that they made him go in there and walk out. He said it was ass cold because there was still snow up on those mountains. If you look, so it's probably around June when they shot that, and that water has barely thawed by that point. It's
that is so mean to make someone do that because that movie is terrible. If it was a good movie, if Stanley Kubrick had said to him, "Do it," I'd say yes. And by the way, Trek Reviewer, I left this comment up because you're correct. O'Brien would have been nice to be like, we pick up Worf every time by coincidence. It's like, and then while we're on our way there, we'll stop by Deep Space Nine for no reason and pick up Mr. Worf. And
but if you go.
Sorry.
If you go to that scene and watch as Brent Spiner's walking out of the water, you can see his face. He's puckered up because he's so fucking cold. It's really funny.
His jaw is locked. His eyes are flinching, and he looks angry. Like nah, he's not an expressionless robot. He's doing his best not to be racked with shivering. Now we know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, like I said, I've been on that lake and it's cold. That is all melted ice water.
It's snow melt. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's probably beautifully clean and wonderful.
Oh, it's a beautiful place. Yeah.
So at any rate, we have now made it through Insurrection. What do we say? These weird drones start chasing people around, and they're not killing them. They're transporting them away. And the Federation wants to use this planet to keep everybody young and cure all sorts of disease. And, you know,
they're tagging them like the dinosaurs in the Lost World, Jurassic Park 2.
Yeah.
That's one of the things they're trying to do. Another thing they're doing is Admiral Doherty, as they call him, but our Admiral Dougherty, as he calls himself.
Oh yeah, another asshole admiral, another fucking asshole admiral for TNG.
That's why I went with Admiral Teag. I'm like, there's too many captains and they're too competent. I want some room where people won't be like, way to go, Captain. It's like, well, you know, the first idea was Federation Commissioner Teag, but I'm like, no, I don't want to be a complete bumbling asshole. Admiral is more than dumb enough.
I was going to say they got so close to making an actual Star Trek episode stretched into a movie. And they didn't. They just didn't. There was nothing in here. At no point did I ever think this was a lighter tone of a movie, because it was still a very dark tone to the film. There was at no point did I think this could have been even in season 1 of The Next Generation. Not at any point. It was too stupid. Every single step of the way, it was just too effing stupid. So
and stupid in a way that Look, man, like there's stupid moments in earlier Star Trek movies, like 5 has some stupid moments.
Oh, sure.
But 5 has charm and fun and genuine laughs. I'm laughing at the movie, not with the movie. I'm not carried along. I don't feel like I'm watching Star Trek. I'm watching like this slow-moving fucking rom-com in space with Picard and this mid-chick. It's like I'm supposed to be like, can we give him someone to die for? The only thing.
See, you don't think she was attractive?
I thought she was
kind of
attractive, but I didn't think she was like movie star attractive to carry a movie that was of quite. I guess in the sense that she made sense for like a 55-year-old guy's girlfriend. Yeah, she's really great catch for her.
I think, Admiral, the part of it why you don't find her that attractive is she said she was into bald men, so you know that she's not attracted to you because you have hair.
I still have hair for the moment. I'll tell you this. I thought when she was rubbing his head, I'm like, is she going to say his hair is growing back? Because how could someone, be that, like, and she's like, I haven't seen a bald man in 300 years. I'm like, when is it going to start affecting him? Although I guess he was having his teenage little meltdown. Andromeda Ascendant, to be honest, TNG is great and the movies as well. Oh, we have a conversation going back and forth. Yeah, no. TNG is great. The movies, like, they're just not great Star Trek movies. Movie 1 has got like a bipolar problem. It's watchable. Movie 2 is highly, highly watchable, but does not stand up to analysis at all. Movie 3 is a rolling, burning car wreck of a Star Trek movie.
It should have been an episode. It would have been a decent episode for the series.
No,
a decent but forgettable episode.
It would have still been bad.
Yeah, it would have been forgettable. It was not the Mintonkins. This was not Who Watches the Watchers at all. This was never as cool. This was not There Are Still Four Lights. This would never touch TV Star Trek.
Although
this was
there are two good parts to this movie that I really like. One of them is I'm going to share the screen here.
Go ahead.
This is by far the best fucking scene of. Oh, what happened? There she is. That chick is so hot when she looks at Riker, like because he does the Riker maneuver, and she just gives him that look.
The solo trill, the trill without the prop. We assume with no symbiote.
I looked her up. Her name, the actress's name is Stephanie Niznik, and she's quite beautiful. But man, the way she looks at him.
She's in 3 episodes of Stephanie Niznik is the ideal chick and the slug woman from Enterprise.
Oh, is she?
She's the slug woman from Enterprise.
Slug woman. What?
Remember on Rogue Planet, and remember when he kisses
that's her.
And the Suliban woman who turns into the same woman, and the other woman, that Stephanie Niznik is her. Wait, let's go to the.
It's Niznik, N-I-Z-N-I-K.
Yeah, it's real. Yes, that's her. I got to IMDb this.
But
guys,
tell me this isn't a hot look, man. It's just oof.
It's hotter than she looks in Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah, but the other good part, the part I always get a good laugh at is when Worf has that giant pimple, and Riker just looks at him. He goes,
sir.
It's a
gorge. Yeah, but what Riker goes, you Klingons never do anything small, do you? That was a very good line and very well delivered by Frakes. I did enjoy that moment.
To be glib.
Yeah, it was funny because Jonathan Frakes has the ability to seem like a genuine smile or genuinely laughing, or maybe he really was, but I really liked that part.
She's in Star Trek Enterprise.
She's the Wraith.
Yep,
just that one episode.
She's the Slug Wraith.
She's a pretty lady.
It is only one episode. They just they managed to cast someone who looks exactly like her twice. Yeah, someone at the casting department there really likes her.
Yeah, well,
she passed.
She got my heart going.
She showed up and she didn't.
She passed away.
Oh, yeah. It says chronic liver disease and alcohol use.
Oh man!
No wonder they liked having her around. She was a lot of fun. She was hot.
R.I.P. though. Yeah, pretty lady.
R.I.P. You were a gorgeous lady. If only you could have learned some self-governance. I would have loved to have you still around to be in Star Trek. It's a shame. We all lost out, and you could act. All right, exactly. R.I.P. Moving on to more joyful things about this terrible movie. It is absolutely a trash fire. At the end, I can't tell you exactly what happens. Picard makes a Picard speech about how it's important to, see some sort of protect these people, and that they need to stay on their planet and they shouldn't be messed with, and they're the bestest ever. And by the way, DEI, this would not pass DEI. Aren't all the people on the planet white?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Maybe one of the kids was not when they were drying their laundry in air.
We have our one
on the clothesline. Yeah.
We have our non. We have a couple. We have a little bit of representation, but you know what was funny is we didn't mention this one, but Tuvok is the navigator in the first movie in Generations. We see him extensively in the movie.
I try to forget Tim Russ whenever possible.
We're gonna have some fun with Tim. I'm sure he will provide us with. He will provide us with more than a few more laughs in the future. So at any rate, Insurrection.
Did you see the chat?
Yes, I did.
do, and I'm trying not to. Yeah.
Trying to control myself, but okay, guys, we're terrible human beings, and we're all going to hell. That's all I'm going to say.
Kevin.
What did Blackie say? Oh God, it's bleeding through into my normal life.
Oh God, the kids are at the Somali day.
This was the Somali daycare center of planets. Where did the money go? Why does it look like shit? How come it costs so much? Yep. It's got $61 million left to be accounted for after we pay PStew. The rest of the cast got that between them. Maybe Brent Spiner got Spiner got $4 million because he's they're Riggs and Murtaugh in these fucking movies for some goddamn reason. And again, Data is the causal event in this movie by firing his phaser at the cloaked booth where they're watching these people from, and exposing the Federation to these primitives who are actually retired starfaring warp societies. It's and half of them split so that they can suffer the slings and arrows of the physical degeneration that they were told they would suffer. They don't go back to the planet and just get some. They don't routinely go back to the planet for a few months every couple of years to charge back up. They stay away and develop a plan that they're going to go back there and get even, and they start getting all angry. And while F. Murray Abraham is getting angry and having a fit, the zit on his head pops and blood starts gushing down his face. It's so stupid. Right? Yeah, right. You got exactly what I mean.
Even stupider was that purple grenade launcher, purple rocket launcher
that Worf has. Yeah,
Worf had. Yeah.
Well, are they still thinking that they're going to have some sort of commercial use for this, and they'll be able to sell it? Every kid's going to want their Star Trek Insurrection grenade launcher. We have to make it purple so that when we sell it, people won't get pulled over the police by having a real bazooka. Whatever. So this movie, the best we could say is it ends. Does Picard's chick survive? What even happens to their stupid planet? I quit on this movie or failed to catch what happened at the end 5 of 5 times trying it over the last week. I have tried and tried with this movie. It is the fucking worst.
It's bad.
I still can't tell you what happened. I don't really know.
I think
we went there because we did not go there.
I think what happened is the Federation president gave them 3,000 in holosuite credits, 3,000 slips of platinum to self-deport.
The self-deport.
I like the phone call between when Admiral Doherty says, bring us out of the briar patch so I can get a clear transmission to Secretary Gnome.
Well, and then what actually happened after that is they had the the dilithium rig ship go in there. So that way, because they're in the patch, that way they could start, really drilling down for some good Metreon particles.
You're right. And Picard and
Metreon,
John
that's
Luke,
what it was, yeah.
And what do you call it? Patrick Stewart is just like, and I want this to be a meaningful movie with some real world social commentary. And they're like, geez, what do we do? And they're like, you know what? Japanese internment's pretty safe. Like 58, 65 years later, at the point where they made this movie, they're like, sounds good. We got a former internment guy on board who's pretty cool. He's doing good in this new thing called AOL. Everyone likes him on there. Which one would that be? Is it Walter Koenig? No, George Takei figured out how to use social media. It's called social media. You don't say. One day we'll have to use that. And like now, social media, like Reddit, like writes Star Trek. And the last time it seemed like 8chan was writing Star Trek as like a fucking.
God, the dead man.
Did you see though?
What
Did you
is
see
dead
though
man say?
on the Metreon drilling ship, Ensign Ainsley? And
That's tomorrow when we do Landman.
yeah,
Sorry, go
that's
ahead.
what really happened after the end of this movie.
I don't know if Picard's girlfriend survives the movie. I think she does. We forget about her in time for the next movie. We wait 7 years.
Horned frogs. Yep.
We wait 7 years to make the next Star Trek movie. That's how good this movie goes. We wait 7 years to make the longest we've gone without a Star Trek movie since 1979. It's just like, you know what? Maybe Star Trek's, and these dicks don't give it up and say, you know what? We'll turn it over to some screenwriters, or you know what? We'll let screenwriters take Deep Space Nine and make that a movie. We'll do a Dominion War movie. No, nothing like that. They just double down and stay. Now, hey, the Dad Man is here. We got the Dead Man and Dad Man, and Gavin Blackburn saying so controversial. Yeah, you know what? we here we go.
Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
Sir, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
But as far as Picard's girlfriend,
Bitch.
I mean, I don't care. And it's 2 years, like 7 years go by, and we come back and we have another movie, and we're still completely tonally confused. At this point, I turn it over to JT, who is the expert on Star Trek Nemesis. Amniocentesis.
Yeah, Star Trek. I don't even have a good alternate name for this. Nemesis. Oh gosh.
Enema.
Star Trek Excretious.
Star Trek Enema.
Nemesis. What's that? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So somehow this movie got $10
Rhymes with
million.
Genesis. It should work.
Yeah. This movie got $10 million less and somehow also managed to make less, coming in as a complete flop with 67.3 million versus the 60 million budget. So by the time you factor in any type of advertising or marketing, this thing was a complete flop. This was directed by Stuart Baird, the screenplay by John Logan. So story, John Logan, Rick Berman, and Brent Spiner. Okay, those are three different people then who have been involved with the others. Well,
And John
last
Logan,
movie-
remember,
Well,
John
yeah.
Logan wrote Gladiator.
Well, so yeah,
Which was a great movie.
Which was exactly
And
right where I
let's
was
just
going.
remember the last movie was written by, of all people, Michael Piller alone was like the one who wrote Insurrection. So, okay, so they're trying to get a
exactly where I
screenwriter,
was
but
going
their
was Gladiator.
screenwriter's nascent, isn't he? So go ahead.
2000 is only his third film that he's written, but before that, he did a lot of screenplay, or sorry, like Broadway screenwriting, or not playwriting. So he had some success there. Then in 2000, he wrote Gladiator, big hit, right? 2002 comes around, they have him on Nemesis. Now, what else has he done? The Last Samurai, Aviator, Sweeney Todd, Skyfall, Spectre. He doesn't really fail again until Alien Covenant, 15 years later. Okay, so this guy, you're like, okay, maybe he's not the problem. The problem is he doesn't really
I think
know Star-
Skyfall was ass.
Well, yeah. Yeah. He doesn't really know Star Trek. Where's Rick Berman and Brent Spiner on this whole thing? So you start off in the issue is they have to make this thing on the cheap. Okay. They got found out on the last movie. They're not going to get another one. It's been several years, like Admiral Teag already said. So what do? We do open up with another good to great Jerry Goldsmith theme. And the intro is actually pretty good. You think, okay, I'm getting a good Star Trek movie. Instead, you CGI yourself into Romulus, where you get a Romulan Senate scene where they're like in Greco-Roman times, and that's the level of the.
And they're
Senate
acting, by
chambers
the
that you
way,
get.
deeply reasonable. These are not
Yes.
the wild men, like Romulans. Like real Romulan Senate, I would have figured there'd be violence on an ongoing basis.
Oh, sure. My whole thing was this set is totally wrong. The way they're acting is totally wrong. They're acting like a Roman Senate because that's what John Logan wrote. And in the scene, the set is from something from a building perspective, from a scene perspective. This is so wrong for what a Romulan Senate should look like. It's unreal. Look even at what the United States Senate, that building in the U.S. Capitol, that chamber in the U.S. Capitol is far more advanced than what these Romulans are using.
They had no
borderline-
technology, and it was
Right.
pretty small.
And they don't have enough senators in the room to actually have any type of quorum. There's too few actors.
We could always
to be in
assume
there.
it was just the top guys, but yeah, it had no. There was no gravitas to what was supposed to be a big scene. And let's remember, we're starting out with there are familiar aliens now. Like they have to say we the Romulans because they could be Vulcans,
Right.
And like we're starting out with like sort of not. It's not out of left field if you know Star Trek. But we are doing some weird stuff as far as we haven't seen our heroes in 7 years, and we're not going to start with them. We're starting on Romulus.
Exactly.
So keep going, JT.
Exactly. So then this one random female senator says, oh, excuse me, I need to go talk with the Folian ambassador. Why that business would preclude their normal business, who knows? It's dumb. But she leaves something in the room and no one notices. How this thing got in the room.
I remember when Stauffenberg tried that on my boss.
Yeah, this is what they try to do to Hilter with the briefcase at his bunker out in Poland. Okay, this was stupid. Then we learn that this was Thalaron particle, a Thalaron particle weapon. How did this not get scanned when they got in these chambers? And you have the Senate in session.
A weapon that
Is there
Picard
no
refused to talk to someone about because they were from the same species as Mott the Barber, because Picard, of course, is an istophobe.
But this whole thing of them disintegrating
Fuck you,
the
Obama.
entire Romulan Senate with no line of succession or backup or anything. You just got the entire Senate in one spot, and they're the ruling body, the only ruling body. And this one person could just
Putting out
enter
the
in with
idea
this
that the
device.
Romulans are enormously unstable and very, very, very easy to topple, and the only thing, and only invested in one fucking solar system.
Yep. So this entire plot is already beyond stupid. And the whole disintegration, instant desiccation and disintegration of one of the Romulan senators looked fake and dumb. And I hated it the second that I saw it. Okay. So then from there on, sorry, my brain is breaking with how stupid this whole movie is. Who takes over? The Remans. The Remans are an involuntary
Remans
worker
are-
class inside the Romulan Empire. Okay,
And they,
but some-
guys, that we don't understand how these Remans, what the deal is. No one says, "Oh yeah, they were in this solar system already," and like they're mixed with the Romulans. We don't find out that they went to this planet, it was too radioactive, and they turned into snot covered like raw. They look like modern Klingorks a little bit. They're very scary and very Nosferatu in their look. And we get this little talk. It's like, because their planet is like Mercury and only ever faces the sun one way, the Remans live on the dark side of the planet and hate the light. And so when they meet Shinzon, who's one of the least impressive villains ever, this actor's good, but he's also too young. And hey, the dead man, I'm sorry I missed this minutes ago. I am so sorry. I trusted John Lazan because he was coming off Gladiator, and boy, was I wrong. I am so sorry I missed that. I stepped away for a while to go listen to the synopsis and grab some.
We all trusted John
liquid.
Logan. I think we all did.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
The stupid part of this was the Remans are an involuntary worker species. Okay. Somehow they take over the entire Romulan Empire. In the
and it's
Romulan
not even a normal Reman.
Nothing to say about
they've got a Reman stepchild. And by the way, the dead man for $4.99. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. $4 United States dollars. Yeah, I mean, as JT pointed out, there were the stuff with their Senate that was mirroring a Roman sort of parlay. And then, like, when we reveal Shinzon, he's like basically comatose light, isn't he? And
well,
thank you very much, the dead man.
And it's not even a Reman; it's a human controlling the Remans, and that's what took over. It is so beyond stupid.
He appropriated the Reman culture.
Oh, exactly. There you go. There you go. There's the Picard line doing it again. Instead, we know from Roman history that when you get rid of the Senate, who takes over? Caesar. Caesar does. So they would have had a military admiral from the Romulan fleet take over. You would never have these Remans. You would never have Shinzon. All of this is beyond effing stupid. We could go on for another 20 minutes about how dumb and implausible this is, but I already don't buy it. Okay, I already don't buy it. Then you cut to the stupidest wedding ever in Star Trek. Okay, where these scenes are all stupid speeches that are even more annoying than speeches at a real wedding where you don't really know the people and you don't care. Okay, that's really dumb. You see, shut up, Wesley, in a uniform again. And I know, Sean, you said they deleted the scene where they shoehorned it back onto the crew.
Yeah, it's on the DVD. You can see it.
Just don't put them in a uniform.
What was the explanation?
They didn't really say about like how he came back. They just mentioned, he graduated and he was going on to some ship for duty or something. It was some stupid throwaway line.
At this point, they're so ignominious, and I had come to disdain Patrick Stewart so much for the way he's acted that I would have enjoyed a scene where he's like, I planted some drugs in Nakano's quarters after the Covert Star incident. He looks far worse in retrospect. Getting Wesley back into the academy was easy after that. It's like, how did he got a bunch of people killed? And Picard killed another member of that squadron just for being part of it.
To make this wedding look more futuristic, instead of using symbols, which were already a completed technology thousands of years ago, they have to make them out of green, transparent acrylic on that drum set.
Yeah,
and you're like, what? Why? But here's possibly the stupidest part. Was that who did they make drunk with a hangover? It wasn't Troy.
The Klingon.
The Klingon.
And he drank Romulan ale.
Michael Dorn at this point has pretty much doubled his weight from the TNG days. So we know that Worf can probably put away some. We also know from Deep Space Nine that Klingons can drink way more than humans. With the blood wine.
But Romulan ale is space booze.
Okay.
Hey, look who's here.
So why is Worf the one
Hey, Mark, do the scene. Hello, sir.
Hey, Mark. Good to see you. Why is Worf the one that's drunk here? That is stupid. That is stupid.
And hungover.
And hungover. He's already in the hangover period.
See, here's the thing. Like, when I am hanging out in the 24th century, I walk over to the replicator and I say, "Sir, give me some Romulan ale and make it real alcohol." And I drink the Romulan ale, and then before I go to when I wake up the next day, I say to the replicator, I say, "Sir, give me the Romulan ale hangover antidote," and I just take it and I'm fine.
Yep.
I don't know what's wrong with Worf that he's so fucking dumb that the replicator makes anything. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Couldn't make this movie make sense though.
After this, like Teag, I got to move on from how stupid that wedding was. I'm sorry, we had to get to the next even stupider scene. If we
By the way, I just want to point out we didn't give a grade to Star Trek Insurrection. Before we grade it, real quick.
Oh well.
The entire Star Trek season 3 is built upon the idea that during this time of great tragedy where his space girlfriend fucking dies, Picard's also doing Bev all the time. And that's how we get new Jack Crusher.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's more than just tea they share in the morning.
And then they never talk again, but 7 years later they have another adventure. They never talk again, but 7 years later they're off on another. So the Picard 3 discounts the idea that there's a Star Trek 10, which is now not the worst of them. The worst of them is absolutely Insurrection. This movie has a lot more in the pew-pew in space to get you interested, but it also is just a bad movie. This movie sucks. This movie is like watching Astoria, the Battery Park turkey fly. It needs to run in a long, ungainly way and then throw itself into the air and flap its wings furiously to get up into the tree and then hop up from bough to bough to get up higher off the ground. And this movie never fucking soars. It flies somehow. They make the idea fly, the movie flies. This was the most lackluster end to The Next Generation I ever saw, I could ever have hoped for. We saw one end after another. When they did all good things, it was one of the best things we ever saw. And guys, we're starting a little earlier lately, so if you're just coming through now, remember to turn on your notifications, at least for a while, till you get used to us coming on at 9 p.m. There are 3,090 of you now, and I thank you all for being amazing Star Trek fans and supporting my channel. It's just great to have you here. And you know what? We are just getting through our discussion of the bad movies. We will be doing the ugly movies next week, and that should probably be a pretty funny show. You're not going to want to miss that one because... as we saw from things like Starfleet Academy, when we're forced to watch terrible Star Trek, we can get a little bit unstable in the membrane. And then we've got Starfleet Academy coming out right after that. So we may be like, when we go to do Star Trek Enterprise, the Forge trilogy in about 2 weeks, we might just be like, wow, that was the greatest Star Trek story ever. Better than the Doomsday Machine. Because our objectivity will be just destroyed for a little while after 2 Kurtzman adventures in a row. I mean, am I right? God. Oh, God.
Right.
But
so
here we are. Here we sliding into home with Star Trek Nemesis. We've got
after the wedding,
clone of Picard for some reason. Go ahead.
Yeah, after the wedding, we just get back on the ship. And out of nowhere, the ship finds a positronic signature on a distant planet.
Way far away.
Way far away. They just.
Which, why are they scanning for it anyway?
Strong.
It's like,
yeah, why are they scanning for it?
That's something I do on my spare
it?
time. I am always scanning for positronics and
Here's
signals.
the problem. This android wasn't even powered on. If it was really that easy to scan for a positronic signature light years away.
Yeah, I hate 86.
You could find the Enterprise with data being fully functional from like 100 light years away. Like there'd be no stealth.
And this is
ever
borrowing
with
from was it the Mark Twain episode where Data's head is just like chopped off and abandoned in the past, and he's running around looking for it. So it's dumber than dumb again, and we've seen it done better.
Yeah.
We've seen this done better.
This is like Kurtzman level dumb, by the way. This is straight up Kurtzman level dumb that they even detected this thing. But so they go to this planet, and Patrick Stewart in the commentary about this movie says that he always wanted to ride dune buggies. So they had to have a dune buggy scene. This is the worst shot dune buggy scene. We're talking
the gear is right out of G.I. Joe. That was a Hasbro level dune buggy scene.
This stuff, there's one shot, and if you go back and watch it, this Federation dune buggy, why it even has wheels in the first place and not an anti-gravity unit or an impulse drive, anything like that. Stupid.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's the rise
Wheels.
of Skywalker question. Why are the stormtroopers using those weird wheeled vehicles?
So
it's so they can fuck them
they
up.
drive over something and they go airborne and they smack down.
Oh yeah, you know
Worf
that
is sitting in
stunt
the
guy
back.
got hurt.
Oh yeah, the guy doubling as Worf just gets his ass smacked when the back of that dune buggy lands.
Yeah,
you can just see the thing that has the stupid laser gun on the back of it just snap
flops
up at him, and I'm
Yeah.
like, that is the worst design for anything I've ever seen. And you're right, Sean. I was like, that looks like people got hurt.
Yeah, every time I've seen that, I go, oh, it's like watching a guy get kicked in the nads.
Yeah, that stunt man. They're like, are you okay? Come here. Or that extra, because that's not stunt man work. That's like the riding.
Oh no, that was a
vehicle.
stunt guy. That had to have been a stunt guy.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
They brought him around to like, come on, let's bring you over to medical and see if you're okay. And then like stabbed him from behind and buried him somewhere on the lot. Because he definitely, they messed up his spine, his face, his orbital bone. He's definitely going to be a mess. This is going to be a $5 million lawsuit. It's like, we won't be able to afford to pay Patrick.
Well, there's also there's one scene where one of those that aliens driving their same dune buggies is tipping over, and it looks like he was about to just freaking die.
Yep.
That was an exciting scene. I will say that.
They had to use that footage because they had so little good footage.
Yeah.
All the scenes you see are really not that good. And of course, when they pick up the last piece of this android, that's when the prime directive breaking aspect of this takes over, because they're in an industrial level of development. So they just broke the prime directive by driving around these stupid dune buggies and then shooting with a laser cannon back at them. Why wouldn't you just beam down, collect your samples, beam out? This was stupid and violated Trek on so many levels. Why would you
ever use that means of conveyance?
Yes,
because Picard has been itching to drive the Aragon, or whatever that thing's called, the Argo, and
I was offered an endorsement
of course there was
from the
no
Ford company if I used it in the movie.
Yeah, and of course there was no foreseeable danger. You're just on the edge of the neutral zone for some crazy, possibly duplicative data, but there's no danger here.
And the other, and another part of this is during the middle of this scene, you have the head of Picard and the head of not Data, B4, and he's just saying stupid shit, and they have to have this.
B4 is way too dumb.
They had to have this comedy scene in the middle of this action scene, which further ruins the action of it. I have never once, not the first time to the 10th time I've watched this movie, found that funny.
I laughed.
Did anyone else
not
find
the
that
right
funny?
way?
I thought it was funny was why does he have a shiny head? That was okay.
During the combat scene, though.
I laughed at it the wrong way, but like as Sean said, there was a joker here and there. They threw a bunch of jokes in there with you, so you might as well. But yeah, I actually that whole thing was like I was laughing at that the wrong way.
Exactly. So from there, they reassemble him. A bunch of stupid nothing happens. They give him all of Data's memories. It doesn't work. We can just move on from that because it serves no point for the whole film. It really doesn't. Then they go to Romulus. That They request Captain Picard specifically to go to Romulus. Why they need to do the data thing, we don't know. They go to Romulus. They find out about Shinzon. Shinzon apparently likes. Yeah, Shinzon apparently likes Troy. Says she's so beautiful. I'm like, she kind of doesn't look it anymore, but we'll pretend it's her TNG self.
Yeah, you waited till the last minute to say something like that without getting outright laughed at.
Yeah. He admits right away that he's a clone and gives the blood sample. Stupid move, because they're going to figure out that you have a genetic kind of defect that's causing you to fall apart. They're like, okay, and I'm trying to like make this plot sound more intelligent than it is by summarizing it. Then they decide, we're going to go back to Earth as fast as we can because they built this ship in secret. And this is another Kurtzman level stupid thing. These workers that are unpaid involuntary workers built a doomsday device. That's really what it is. They built the doomsday device in secret. Why would they need to build it in secret? Who are they secreting away from? How did they get the resources to design and construct this? How did the amount of questions and just pretzels you have to twist your brain into keep working with this plot at this point is just beyond belief. From there, the movie's over. Okay. That's the end of the movie. They get chased. They have about 45 minutes of battle. Picard gets to do his thing. Riker gets to have a fight scene. The movie's over. They win. The end.
Well,
that's it. The back half of the movie.
As true as that
matter.
is, there is one thing about the movie that we should remember. We may have noticed a hauntingly familiar looking Romulan. Does this Romulan female look familiar? Oh my gosh, the dead man. Thank you. The dead man says, I'm nobody when it comes to writing. I'm a nobody when it comes to writing. The best behind the scenes I've seen is from Nolan, especially in Interstellar and TDK. He explains his decisions so well. George Lucas explains himself pretty well on his special editions. The one who reveals the content of his character is J.J. Abrams. But you know what? That Troy movie is that Odyssey movie is starting to look like it's no Troy, sir. I thank you so much for the very generous $9.99 super chat, as you've now joined the Q continuum of the Saving Star Trek show. Does anybody, JT, it's you and me, do you recognize this alluring Romulan? Is there something perhaps familiar about her?
Was she the one that Worf porked in Deep Space Nine?
I don't know if that. I don't
on
think
that
she
planet
did any other Star
with
Trek.
half Romulans, half Klingons.
I don't know if she did anything else in that in Star Trek. I just know that you may remember her from this role as Dizzy in Starship Troopers. So Dina Meyer, she's from Queens, by the way.
Why does that not surprise me? I did leave out. Think
about this. Her and Jennifer Aniston probably went to the same high school.
Okay. I did leave out one horrible thing that happened in this movie, which was Kurtzman, another Kurtzman level.
Go ahead.
There was a scene where the Remans are telepathic, but they can also channel this remote telepathy through to another being through some kind of weird mind meld type thing. And so the Riemann channeler is there with Shitson, and Shitson uses a mind drapery of Troy.
Yes.
Something.
Yeah, but he gets his comeuppance, though.
Just really quick, Sean, were you here for the reveal? Do you know who this alluring Romulan actually is?
Wasn't she like 10 other characters in Star Trek?
I don't think she's done any other Star Trek, but check this out. She is also oops, did I save the picture? She is also this person.
Wait, who's that?
It's Dizzy from Starship Troopers, Dina Meyer. She's
Oh,
also
really?
in Dragonheart.
Ah.
She's from Queens. Dina, when you're back in town, call me. She looks great still, by the way, but Dina Meyer is the Romulan. And I don't know how great it was when Worf was like, the Romulans fought with honor, sir. It was like he volunteers it. It's like, is this supposed to be a character arc of Warp this late in the... I was like, I was perfectly okay with him being like, hating the evil,
None of that
duplicitous
matters.
Romulans.
The movie was already over. The movie was already over. You knew the Enterprise was going to win. It was a big bad ship of the
This
week.
whole movie was pretty predictable.
Yeah, this was paint by the numbers. The only thing I didn't expect was how much Alex Kurtzman Trek we were going to get. This movie,
It had a lot of Kurtzman DNA in there,
was
man. It
not
felt very Alex Kurtzman.
written by him, that if you were like, okay,
This is
what
the script
is
he
the
fed into the
bridge?
AI to write his ship.
what is the bridge from real Trek to his? It's this movie. This movie has 4 or 5 points in it. I'm like, this smells like Alex Kurtzman. And I'm pretty sure this might be the only movie that he has watched from start to end of Star Trek, and that's what he thought this was. This movie was also incredibly dark because they delete data at the end for no reason.
Well, because he's
Although
getting old.
By the time he does delete himself, I was like, that's cool. I'm not gonna bye.
You're heading up to me the worst part of this movie. The absolute worst part of this movie that pissed me off, and it still does, is after he dies, it's Picard who's mournful. It should have been Geordi. Geordi lost his best friend, and they focused on fucking Picard's nonsense with Data because he helped him explore humanity when Geordi just always accepted him.
Yeah, and even Riker gets a moment. He's like, I met him on the holodeck. He was trying to whistle, pop goes the weasel. And I'm like, yeah. And you were like, you're a weird dick, puppet boy. Like it wasn't like a warm, friendly meeting.
Exactly.
Like only Geordi. And like, we're doing things like, for instance, it's like, I have designed a data takedown remote control. It should work within 4 meters. And I'm like, why are you making this?
Wait, it was so insulting to Geordi because they had such good chemistry the entire series.
Well, LeVar Burton never really gets
almost
a chance to do anything after Generations,
I
whatsoever in these movies.
He's been given enough chances to direct, so I feel he's been treated well by the franchise. We saw that in Picard season 3, when asked to do a lot of acting, he is only okay. He might have been really talented when he was young, but I mean, his greatest acting was probably in Roots. He was never there's a few episodes of TNG where he's good. He was a solid actor who never sunk below like a certain dramatic level, but he also had a ceiling. Like those ultra creepy Leah Brahms episodes, they're all right because his performance is so good, selling it as innocent, even though that's kind of a creepy script. But he still manages, and he comes out of it undamaged. Like LeVar Burton is likable, in the role of Geordi, he's likable, but he just in these movies, he's like you said, he's a different character. I don't know what the character's name would be. Would it be Toby?
It's close enough. I honestly think that they thought this movie would be good enough that they would bring back Data from the B4.
Oh God,
Android.
B4 was just too stupid.
The problem is they went so negative now for so dark and negative for 4 movies in a row.
By the way, in this last movie, when
Mhm.
they state things and like the power of things, it's always so incredibly high. Everything is so super overpowered. How anyone exists in their world without someone making an accidental mistake, just like someone making a mundane mistake could like wipe out a solar system. Everyone's got access to such powerful tech.
Oh, well, yeah,
One Starfleet
that was
captain could
another
turn off a
point.
sun.
That was definitely another point I had in this. This movie is actually copied in Star Trek 2009.
I
The
believe so.
Romulan ships are just as powerful.
Yeah.
They're 1-to-1 just as
Oh,
powerful.
even more. They're like enormous size. They're like 50 Federation starships big.
Yep, they're the same size. It's the same plot again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, JJ is a repurposer. He also repurposed Enterprise actors, and he repurposed, a lot of stuff from Enterprise. He watches the last little bit of everything. He also seems to have watched a lot of the first couple of episodes, like relied heavily on the first couple of animated series episodes, honestly. But you know what? We didn't grade the last couple of movies again. I guess we're going to have to go retroactively. So, did we rate Insurrection? We all gave it. I give it an F.
did.
F.
Yeah, you give it an F. Sean,
Yeah, I
what do
give
you
it an F.
Insurrection?
F, big fat F.
I give it an F. I think it's also like,
Well,
listen,
it gets
this
an
is-
F plus. It gets an F plus because of the hot trill chick.
Yes, Stephanie Nizicki. She was hot.
Yeah.
And she's also Slug Girl in Rogue Planet. See it. Honestly, I think that Mirror Archer. That's one of the reasons he hates Prime Archer. He's like, he met the Slug chick and didn't even fuck her. Did you know that? You know that seems to be one of Mirror Archer's main issues with Prime Archer. But I agree. The fourth movie is another chaotic mess. It's far from enjoyable. It doesn't have redemptive moments. It's not good. It's not fun. And through these 4 movies, we've had no common enemy. I would say this: like, let's talk about some easy fixes here. But before,
Just rewrite the whole fucking thing.
as we talk about as we talk
the money in your pocket.
well, as we talk about Insurrection, why wouldn't you use Sela? I'm sorry, as you talk about Nemesis, why wouldn't Sela be in there?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Romulans like to use humans in their endeavors for sure.
They
Well, she's
could've
half
just used
human.
the Romulans the whole time. Well, actually, you would just use Romulans, not even use Remans, not use Shitson, and then you write a story about the Romulan Empire where they end up not being the enemies at the end, or more complex than that.
It was.
You
By the
have
way,
to work together with the Romulans to do something else.
Take a moment and back up your F, by the way, because we can finish off Insurrection. I was a little bit
Sure.
tangential there. Sorry.
Insurrection. I don't even know if it's worthy of being a made for TV movie. And somehow it costs almost twice as much as the previous movie, Star Trek Warmth of Collectivization.
That was Soviet Star Trek right there.
Yeah, there's something seriously wrong with the budget on that film for how cheaply and locally it was filmed, with really no sets or like just any effort at all in the ways that it would count.
There were a couple of T-Walk moments in Insurrection that just like whiffed. I agree with that, Mark.
I think maybe what they frittered away all the money on was this was the first Star Trek movie that was 100% CGI, no photography at all.
But it wasn't
the
ready
ship.
for it. The ship looks too slick and weird and not.
Yeah.
It lacks dimension and depth. It looks flat. They've been doing with Voyager, but not long enough to get like a movie size ship. They're overconfident in their own abilities, and it was bad.
Look,
TNG star
I've
fiction
read-
with an overinflated budget's a great description, Kal-El.
I've read in the last probably 30 years, I've probably read 50 or 60 Star Trek novels between TOS to Voyager,
Right.
or Enterprise rather. I wouldn't even put this story in like the top 40 of those 50 novels. And
This is worse than most episodes of Voyager.
This is worse than a lot of the books that are written out there. And anyone who's read a lot of those Star Trek novels knows there's some pretty awful shit in
their
some
ship
of that.
does look cool. The thing is, they seem to have no real connection to it or love for it. It's just like, this is our ship. It gets us around.
Yeah. So F, there's no saving it in a rewrite. And
Just don't make the movie. Just don't make the movie as the rewrite. Yeah, I'm not even going to expand on my F. It's a total F. Okay, so we got that one out of the way. The final movie was this last piece of garbage, Star Trek Nemesis. Tom Hardy can act. He did a good version of Romulan Picard, but it was wasted in this garbage movie.
Yeah.
Like that we said, there's little bits and pieces of the Gladiator plot in there that they're trying to save this movie with, but before we give it grades, let's like discuss it, I guess, just a little bit more, and like let's just see the old high and the low. I don't know what my high of this movie is. I'm gonna have to think about it, but let's lob this one to Sean. Sean, do you have a high and a low and a grade for Star Trek Nemesis?
I wish I was when I saw it.
Yeah, I couldn't get high enough. I smoked so much weed watching this movie.
High of Nemesis.
Yeah,
the battle's good. One. It's a good battle.
The battle with the cloaked ships is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was cool. I liked that thing. He said just fire the phasers laterally and find, search for them with the phasers. I thought that was pretty cool.
Probing with the phasers was really cool.
I did
the
like
Riker
that
maneuver was kind of fun.
Well, that was Insurrection.
That's right.
Oh, are we talking about Insurrection or Nemesis?
No, we're talking Nemesis. I just fucked that one up.
Oh, yeah. The battle in Nemesis was really good. I did like that Picard rammed the scimitar. That was cool. He sent the text message.
Broken view screen and the one guy getting sucked out, and then just the rest of them sitting there calmly. It's like, this more advanced ship also has a battle bridge. There's too much Star Trek in here for us to believe you'd stay there. You should be going to the place where you're not going to die if there's a power failure.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not trusting my life to the EPS conduits.
Yeah. But there was the battle was cool. Not much else.
And not
much else.
And not the Riker part of it.
We had 2 or 3 engagements in this movie.
The Riker hand-to-hand combat thing, and
that was bad.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, like there was that was dumb enough and happened for a long enough time that I started to wonder. It's like, while I believe that TNG or even first 2 movie Riker could probably take this guy out, it's been like now 15 years since young Riker showed up, and this guy, like, I don't know if I believe that this Riker could take down this threat.
Instead of getting rid of Data,
this Riker could punch the shit out of someone.
Instead of getting rid of Data, they should have gotten rid of Riker. That would have been a better way to go.
Because he was aging, and I guess they're going to try to. I don't know. I think
they were betting on getting a Titan show. That they were probably thinking, maybe we can make a new show with him as captain of the Titan,
or a show with the people from Enterprise, because that's getting bigger.
I thought they thought they were getting one more movie out of this. I really do. They didn't.
Really?
I don't think they anticipated
feel completed, but
being a flop. The way that it ends with just Data dying, okay. I think they really thought they were going to get another movie like Search for Spock.
Having walked out of Insurrection, I skipped this one entirely. I walked out of Insurrection. I was so bored and I didn't fucking care. I was like, man. And I was just like, shut up, PStew. Like, I don't care.
The high point for me for Nemesis.
Probably true, Wallace. Go ahead.
I think it was the scene where, This is actually a challenge. Favorite part of this. Wow. And Admiral Janeway got on there and started telling
what to do. Yeah.
Kate Mulgrew started telling Patrick Stewart what to do. That's probably my favorite part.
My favorite part of this movie.
Because she wanted to. One day,
With her
if we have a
affected
member
voice.
stream, I'll explain that to people in a member stream.
We will
Oh,
have a
Lord.
member stream. We
Okay.
have to have one this month. Maybe we'll figure out a way to do it. Maybe one of our shows will actually do the option that YouTube gave me where I can change to member stream. And at that moment, I'll drop a member post with the link. This way, the members could come on and we could hang out. We could do that.
I also love that scene.
Let's check over on Rumble. Vic's over on Rumble. Hi, Vic. I'm sorry I'm late and saying hi. I did remember to get the stream going tonight, which is, of course, the most important thing. But I love Vic Fontaine, and you know what? It was important for me to try to keep everybody here, and also like maybe one day Rumble will wake up out of their absolute torpor and their complete ineptitude. And try to do something a little more constructive than like basically absolutely nothing, where they cannot get a notification out, and unless it's hardcore and really bitter politics, they don't want anything to do with it. Even Culture Casino with 11 people watching, how many people watch him when he's live? Like sometimes 400, 500 for that 8-minute daily, maybe even more.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
But so Nemesis, guys, I can't come up with a high. No one can come up with a high.
I did want to say my high
The
on
battle. The battle.
my high on that, Admiral. I think it's funny that she is Admiral Janeway and he's still Captain Picard.
Captain Picard.
He has done so much, and all she did was make some really horrible moral questions and quandaries and got her ship stranded, and then used herself from a now impossible future to do in one episode what he could never do. And she basically bumbled her way to success over the top of him. And he's basically
after sleeping
unpromotable.
with like 5 different planets' space hilters. Like, I can't believe my boyfriend exterminated part of his planet. He seemed like a nice guy.
Like,
Made that mistake over and
an
over
inept-
again.
I would say she was a borderline inept captain so many times.
The
and
thing
yet
is,
she
Kate
gets to be
Mulgrew
the
is-
admiral and tell him what to do. I thought was just so hilarious.
Well, Picard listened to Kirk when he says, "Don't let them promote you."
Yeah,
he's just
I think
Checo.
I think Starfleet is ableist, and they would not promote Picard because he was assimilated. So they were never going to promote him. They couldn't cashier him out of the fleet, but he never shows up on that list for promotions. Yeah.
I think that, the deal is Janeway was able to get promoted because of this and only this. Like and hello, Welshman Studios. Hello to you. I hear it's really cold there now. Our friend Welshie, otherwise known as RRTNZ, has been DMing me there. He's all over England. I'm so glad he got to go home and see it. Hello to you, Welshman Studios. Yeah, I have a lot of issues with this movie, and it is vaguely unfulfilling enough to think that maybe JT might be right, and they were delusional enough to think that they could maybe get one more. I think that they had maxed out, but my high on this movie, could I go with the score?
Yeah, sure.
Good score.
Okay.
Not the greatest, but it was better than the movie. Tom Holland's performance is really good in a character that I didn't care about. The end of the movie was vaguely unsatisfying in the way that all the TNG movies were. And I think that when we're talking about how Star Trek Enterprise had nothing but problems, look at what this does in the movie theaters. It sucks and it tanks.
I have a question for you guys.
Go ahead.
I have a question for you guys. On the dune buggy planet, are those aliens frickin' Remans? They look exactly the same.
No.
They look
No.
just like them.
I don't know what the fuck they were.
It was a
I could
violation
never-
of the Prime
Glad
Directive.
you're having fun, Welshman.
Even be found out. Why didn't they just use those invisibility cloak suits they had from his erection to go down there, collect everything invisibly, and beam out?
Yeah. I call it indigestion.
Why wouldn't they do that now? Why wouldn't they use that?
By the way, Welshman, we do this every week. Usually we do one episode of Enterprise at a time and really get into it. But to celebrate the changing of the calendar and the changing to the 60 years of Star Trek, and we're there, right now they've been told, September's a go, guys. Start writing your little hearts out. So their process is underway 60 years ago this week. For us, you know what? We're going to use our precious resource of Enterprise very carefully. This has been a long road with Enterprise, and literally, and pun intended, you know what? Honestly, it is seeming to me more and more likely that the Star Trek United show will be made. In some form. Today, I mean, he's liking everything just because he's liking stuff. Sussman's doing a good job at a one-man publicity campaign. He dropped that at the exact right time and let it percolate. Saying it at one Comic-Con 4 weeks before the San Diego Comic-Con with that embarrassing dance in the parking lot. I don't know if he knew about that ahead of time, but that was just like the endorsement money could never buy. It's like, you could have this guy who made Enterprise, who people used to think was bad, but now streams and does really well. Or you could have this guy who has like singing, dancing, big brassy Star Trek in the fucking parking lot. So I think that we really made we really had hello to the Wolf Dog 123. But I think that might have sealed his fate. I think that Sussman's doing a really good job as a one-man publicity machine on all of this. And I guess grades on Star Trek Nemesis, it's another F for me.
Yep.
Oh yeah, an offensive F. An offensive F.
Not a lot to say about these bad movies. Next week, when we do The Ugly, I have a funny feeling it's going to be something else. I mean, I can see myself and my colleagues probably being pretty fired up about this whole thing.
I'm going to have to locate a copy of these movies from somewhere. I don't own them. They're not.
You can see them on Prime or on Paramount. Plus.
Plus has them. But also, the first one, at least one of the first two, is always free on YouTube. They're all like Star Trek Into Darkness is always free on YouTube. Next week, we're going to dive into the worst. And then we're back to Enterprise with the Forge trilogy, which I think is a good Enterprise story. It's been a while since I watched it, and I've seen a lot of Star Trek since then. I have been trying. This is every Saturday night. We do it at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time now. We try to go as evergreen as possible. I like to think it's rewatchable, but we do interact with our chat, and we love it when people can be here live. So turn on the notifications. There's video essays too. We make them I make one a month. Last month was the Christmas one. It got to 1,000, and then YouTube stripped away like a very suspicious multiple of 30 amount of views. That makes me wonder if someone was playing games. But you know what? What are you gonna do? That's baseball. It was like I had 1,020, and then it was down below 900 again. But it's slowly slugging its way back up to 1,000. The It's a Wonderful Life video essay I thought was fun, but let's just talk about these next generation movies. I'm going to say failure to launch 4 times in a row. None of them were that good.
I wonder too how much of this was these guys had total control with no oversight, or was it Paramount, a Viacom company, telling them what to do.
I think the company might have been in such disarray that no one's telling anyone what to do, and they're just everyone's freelancing.
So, and here's the thing: the motion picture, it happened what happened, but then after that, they got on track with The Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, and all of those other movies after that. While they didn't,
The Genesis trilogy is amazing.
Yeah, and while those were more organized than those that came after, you got a sense that they at least knew what type of movie they needed to make and what the crew would be like. And even though they weren't the same crew as the TV shows, they at least tried to make that crew into something coherent. And yes, there were games with Nimoy and Shatner on who was getting paid and what role and all this kind of stuff. But at least there was a focus on making a good movie. I don't get the impression after First Contact that there was any focus on making a good movie at all. There's no heart. There's no soul in them. It feels like they're doing it to get paid the whole time. Mm-hmm. And don't make the movie if that's what you're going to do, because the audience can tell. The audience
they may have
can
been
always tell.
The worst thing of all. It's like, some people like say want to be a cop or want to be a teacher or want to be whatever. I guess you can't fake fireman because once you won't run into the burning building, you can't really slack it on that one. But like, I remember my father telling me in frustration that, when he was done being a cop, he would just quit because the guys that were like sort of frustrating to him were the guys who had made it to like top pay and didn't really want to do any more work than they had to. And they're just going to stick around forever and make that top pay and not make the city a better place, where he was going out there doing, the job, the only way he knew how to do it 110% while he was out there. And it's like, you know what? And like right around 25 years, just like, I'm done. I don't care anymore. I'm not going to go there anymore and pretend I care. I'll do something else. I'm not that old. But this like just done because it was there. Like, well, we're going to get paid. But PStew, it's been 7 years. Maybe he'll take a little less money this time. It was just as bad as the last movie. They had taken a hands-off approach after leaving the people from Enterprise in a tough spot with the Stormfront setup. We have agreed that the Stormfront exit and dismount made for a good story that could have been told at a different time in the season. Only Germ absolutely detests it. The rest of us are all okay with what's going on with that one as far as it was a good save. But I think we all agree it was pretty inconsiderate for them to just not do anything to set up the other season. They threw them this very rigid bunch of plot points and a very rigid situation that was basically a Man in the High Castle season-long arc that the new show, the new writers, the showrunners stay the same, but they're not really, they become hands-off. The new people who have to get all this done, which is basically, it seems to me it was Sussman, Manny Koto, and the Enterprise guy. What was his name? Terry Metalis. They were just basically doing all of it. And Berman and Braga were trying to make these movies. And who knows? Like, I haven't looked at the IMDb's for Brannon and Berman and seen if they've done is Star Trek. If there's something out there where they're like trying to launch a bunch of family-friendly, high-end, high profit like Christmas movies or dabbled in horror to make a bunch of money because they were delusional. And like, believe me, if you don't think that Star Trek Indigestion is a horror movie, try eating pizza while you watch F. Murray Abraham. And on that performance, by the way, F. Murray Abraham for that performance. Okay. You tried, but F you. It was fucking horrible.
And look, Generations was supposed to be a transitional film. So you look at it and you go, okay, how do you transition to the new stuff? I think they handled it poorly. You don't put Shatner on the screen with Picard at the with Stewart on the screen at the same time. Just don't do it. And they wrote a bad film, but at least they were able to get something clean and go in a new direction. Then they had First Contact. Okay. you made a big movie. It didn't lead into a trilogy. Perhaps it didn't need to, but you got a new ship. You got some part of a new crew. Go and do something. What you got with Insurrection was a complete failure to launch that was so bad, you basically shouldn't have even made Nemesis. And I think the only reason they got that is somehow Paramount thought they could still milk the TNG crew for more money.
Oh, they were probably under contract to make it.
Perhaps they were, Sean. Perhaps they were. But Insurrection was so bad it killed the movie altogether. And it killed it so bad that you didn't really get a sincere. I don't even want to say
what?
this.
It's going
you didn't
through
get
my
a
mind.
full effort until 2009. You went a whole decade after that.
It's a terrible movie, but you're right. You know what? Let's just say this. I'm realizing this. Without some element of TOS or Roddenberry, they're nowhere. The first movie goes somewhere because they have Roddenberry's characters and Roddenberry's original captain, and they have Shatner and the goodwill from a show that started out with a lot of Roddenberry episodes. And like I said, these are Roddenberry characters. By the time they get to the third movie, the mix of what's Roddenberry is now fallen below like what it takes to really make an effective movie.
Yeah.
So you've got like no Roddenberry foes, just Roddenberry actors. You don't like F. Murray Abraham's capable. He's a pretty good villain, but he's not like, your big time villain who's going to put your franchise movie over the top. Unless he plays a subtle role, he's not a Star Trek style villain. Bond, maybe. Like we saw him in that movie Amadeus, and he was great. But and also he has the comic skills for like Last Action Hero. But we don't use him in that way. We use him as like a rage baby. He's like somebody who's on Twitter all day, like on hitting replies like false, 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 false.
Well, yeah, you go
false.
from like 108 octane. Premium boating fuel with lead injected into it, all the way down to like some E85 biofuel mix that is just going to destroy your engine if you run it for more than 100 miles, right? So you're exactly right. You don't have anything Gene in this by the time you get to Insurrection. And I know Paramount was kind of like, oh, we want to go a real different direction. The direction they went was not into Star Trek. It went somewhere else, and we have never returned from that on the big screen. Not one time have we returned from that. And that I consider the First Contact really the last Star Trek movie on this. I know some people don't consider any of them canon. I think this was the last.
The last one that felt like Star Trek
even
was.
Matter.
I'm going to say canon ends in a Nexus because it's just too strong of a plot device. It's like a triple locked box that never has any escape hatch worth talking about. And also just the idea that we have the Nexus, like the fact that Kurtzman never realized he had infinite resets of Kirk and Picard to crank out there and make into like he could have taken my nightmare was that Kurtzman was going to have the Nexus emit Picard and Kirk, or that they were going to use the Picard and Kirk DNA they had to make clones, and then we would meet a Picard or a Picard or a Picard clone. But here's the thing, like it would be a villain and it would be female, and they'd be like, why is it a villain? They're like, oh, when we made the clones male, the toxicity made them super killers. This one's just like a cat burglar. You know what I mean? They'd be like, oh okay. And like, so we would have like a female Picard Kirk mashup clone where it's both of them they would call it Kirkard, and it would have pronouns, and they'd be like, "Look, we gave them Picard and Kirk in one character, and it was a man and a woman, and they didn't like that either." And they'll try to say that we don't appreciate it. So the fact that Alex Kurtzman got out of this with the Nexus at his disposal, because remember, all you got to do is make a clone, and you could do an infinite reset. You could like do a better job than they did with Picard with the robot upload body. You could have gotten a Picard body out of there and like re-uploaded his fucking mind into that shit and had it be him. I mean, you had infinite resets on Picard and Kirk with the Nexus. It's a terrible plot device. It runs far too powerful, and it's just not a good idea. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will have movies that we will probably have be rating below F. I don't know how we'll work out the rating scale for that. This could be some discussion of the 3 Kelvin movies that we're reviewing next week. It's 60 years of Star Trek before we return to Enterprise. But let me just read to you so far. Listen to this. With 32 votes, a very popular poll. We got a very controversial answer. It's not the one I would have picked, that's for sure. The number 2 answer was my pick, but this is who do you consider the best TNG movie villain? And I would ask my colleagues who they voted for.
I voted for Shinzon.
Shinzon? Who did you vote for?
Even though it is in a shit movie and a stupid plot device, I liked him as a villain because he was insane. He was a little bit insane, but he was also extremely intelligent. I go Shinzon.
I want to shout out F. Murray Abraham's pet mom, who's watching the stream tonight and voted for Ruafo. From Insurrection, and Tom Hardy's got the time. He watches this himself, and he voted for Shinzon. Thank you both. You did great jobs. But Soran, number 2 at 28%. The Borg Queen from First Contact runs away with it, which is weird. I guess she's memorable, and she has some presence, and she's kind of sexy. My problem with the Borg Queen is she's canon destroying and introduces a head vampire trope into the Borg, as well as individuality and emotion. She has both. And she negotiates. She's like, I mean, she's negotiating from a position of extreme strength.
Well,
it's like,
from someone I
just
know,
tear off the flash data.
Someone I know did say life's a big deal. So, she assimilated that book.
Yes.
I think there's something to be said there.
Yes. Also 2 whole chapters on how to fight with people and how to get someone to run your casino for $1 and all the dresses they can buy.
The central of the Borg Nexus is entirely made of marble, right?
That's right, with a lot of gold gilt. But
yes.
You know what? Let's give our grades to Nemesis. We give it straight Fs, right? So say we all.
Oh yeah,
an F offensively.
And you know what? This is an F, and not only that, this F was so bad that like after summer school, after you fail that, because we're not going to let you off that easy, you're going to repeat this grade and repeat this class. You are not mature enough to make another movie, and that's basically what was told to the Star Trek people. They don't really get control firmly back of their Star Trek TV show, or they don't want to because they think they can make another movie, and they're spending all their time like pitching scripts. The Enterprise show, believe it or not, gets better. There is a problem with their network, but also we all know that these movies did not fucking help, especially the last one, which was just god awful. And I walked out of Insurrection and did not go to see Nemesis. I saw it on DVD. And I was like, it was a little better than the last one, I guess, because it had like a story that like went somewhere. But yeah, it wasn't so good. And I didn't like the fact that we had so many bad Starfleet people in there, and so many parts of this movie just paid lip service to. It's like Data had a phase variance in his positronic brain, and it seems to have self-corrected because no one fixes it later. I mean, they just go with his and it beginning to creep in some bad stuff like did anyone notice, was it Insurrection or Nemesis, where he goes ladies, gentlemen, and transgendered species.
Oh yeah.
Which made no sense. Which made no
Yeah.
sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, and our guests of all species would be the way to say it. That makes it rolls off the tongue even better.
Right, but
If I
it
can write
logically
it better.
didn't make any sense when he said it that
It
way.
was pandering.
It
They're
was.
already rubbing the pander stone. At first, they only rubbed it a little.
I
All
also
right, they
thought-
put a chick in it and made it gay.
I also thought to myself, why wouldn't the Tal Shiar have just vaporized Shitson immediately
Yeah.
when they knew it wasn't going to work? Why would they spend the time and effort to banish him to this mining planet? Why?
What's the best
Just
of these
liquidate
four
him immediately.
Yeah, his bad, humble origin story about being Space Obama was absolutely the fucking worst. All right, which one of these four turds is the best movie? I'm going to say I'm going to say Generations only because it has William Shatner in it, so it has some vestiges of real Star Trek. Most watchable goes to First Contact. You're allowed to say best and most watchable. It can be both, or you can have two different choices. Only fair with these movies. They're so debatable. Go ahead, Sean.
go
Your
for
choice. Best and most watchable, two different or the same. It's up to you.
Most watchable is First Contact.
Doubtless.
Best Generations because we get Kirk
Even wood chopping Kirk
And
is
Ca-
better
and
than
Ca-
the best moment
yeah.
of the card. Yeah.
and Captain Cameron.
Captain Cameron was
He-
great. I enjoyed him.
Yeah, he fucked up a Ferrari and a starship in movies.
Yeah. I saw him on a Manhattan street and he we locked eyes and you don't really bother people in New York, you nod.
Yeah.
But he said hi. So what I said to him was loved you in Star Trek and he blinked and went, "Oh, thanks." As what I
He's
said
probably
away.
used to Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made sure to say I loved you in Star Trek.
That's
you do
cool.
see a lot of celebrities in New York. It's a small Manhattan is small, and the part where the people with money and who are celebrities hang out and walk around is even smaller. Ask how easy it is to run into celebrities to the healthcare CEO. It's very easy to run into people. You'll never know. I've run into people I haven't seen in 20 years, and out of nowhere on the same subway car. It's a really small world in a really big city, but. Who do you consider the best TNG movie villain? The Borg Queen runs away with it. 32 votes. What a phenomenal poll. A lot of people eating online during the poll. We're not going to allow that during the next election. But you know what? I think it was fair. Jerem is not here to certify it, so it will always be suspect. But I believe tomorrow night, Mark D with a C has a show that you will be modding for. JT, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Sunday Night Geekery, I may be on, I may not, depends on personal availability. But
only
there's a
watch if
show-
JT is going to be on it. I'm kidding. I'm
Oh,
kidding.
nonsense.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Mark D is
the
great.
Geekery
Mark D
is a show that's been going on for years now that is always fun with culture of the pop variety. Also some foodery where we talk about food and there's usually pictures. So I don't know what Mark's got going on for tomorrow, but it's always fun. So we encourage you to drop by there. Sometimes, hey, even that guy, Tom from Midnight's Edge has been known to show up.
Hey. We're not allowed to talk about anybody who's ever gotten in trouble with YouTube ever because we're very afraid. I'm sorry,
Sorry.
great algorithm.
Oops.
He spoke out of. He didn't mean what he said, Landrew. We're sorry, Landrew. He's not of the body. Lawgivers, take JT away. No, obviously what happened was bullshit. I will say this. It's not quite a rage quit, and there's two strategies I can think of. I think Tom's smart enough to have thought of them himself. I think he's probably going to work one of them that could get him back on YouTube. And he has some of the best advocates. I don't think we can say it's over until about St. Patrick's Day. I hope that that hope is alive for Tom Connors and Midnight's Edge. I was a member for a long time. It's heartbreaking. And you know what? I guess where do I go now for my Star Trek information? He was one of my sources. It's a good thing we met the Tachyon Pulse when we did, I guess. But stop by Mark D's channel and have a good time tomorrow. Sean is on Resurrection Rooster, but first I will again accept praise for having Neural Derp and Tachyon Pulse on. Was everybody surprised to just have him come on there?
Yeah, that was a shocker.
Hours notice.
I was like, what? What did I miss? That it happened. I was like, oh, great. Oh,
just happened. He's like, bloody hell, I'm off tomorrow. Let's do it. And he was exactly what we said. He was personally honorable. We're still trying to figure out where he's coming from. Right now, I asked him if are you a messenger or are you a forecaster? He said, I am a messenger. But I'm starting to believe that like what it is his thing in life is his happy place is going to a lot of cons, right? Going to a lot of, when I said, San Diego Comic-Con, he's like, I've been to San Diego Comic-Con. It's like, I'm an American and I've never been to San Diego Comic-Con, maybe because I know the reputation of California and I would never go there. But I mean,
San Diego's beautiful though.
The San Diego Padres never had a rain out. Isn't that true?
I don't know about that.
Out. I think I read that they've never had a game rained out. But the best guess, I said, are you a forecaster or are you a messenger? He said, I'm a messenger. And when he said things like Anson Mount DMs him and stuff, my thought is, if you were, and I don't know if he is, but let's say you're single, you've moved up in your job, he's a professional, this is his side gig. If you had the means, like takes the Star Trek cruise, go to like a lot of Star Trek events, and do every Stargate thing that came down the pike, and participate in every online forum, and that was your goal, and you started a channel based on that. And then you were able to, join their private like circles and their highest level of Patreon. You might start to glean things. And my new theory on Tachyon Pulse is he is a messenger, but he is mostly getting his information from the cast who gets it from Kurtzman right now. That's why he had this weird, because when we had him on, we said Kurtzman fired him. We were going with it, but Tachyon Pulse is a big time, source. He's been sourced by Midnight's Edge many times. He's been sourced by Clownfish TV, who is huge. And you know what? If Clownfish TV is going to say, Kurtzman's got this deal where it's going to boomerang back to him. We had him on, and he told us a little bit of it. And the one thing I'd say I was continuously amazed by was his sources don't seem to have brought him up to speed about what arbitration meant in America, where Kurtzman really stood, and some of the things that they had done, like, for instance, in Europe, hadn't quite registered on him. But he is now running down some leads and has what I would call a good faith takeaway from our conversation. Whatever he is, he's not apparently, in my opinion, working for them. Or at least not directly. He's not a willful messenger of them. Also, on Stargate, he seems to have a good source. I don't know. But that was mind-blowing to have the Tachyon Pulse on. Guys, what were you surprised about, aside from the fact he wouldn't wear his Adidas jacket?
Oh, gosh. I don't know if I was surprised by...
I wish I had read X during it. I'll say that.
I was just interested to hear some of his very candid thoughts on the new Trek stuff. I thought he was pretty witty with some of his responses to some of those things. He generally came off more in his pre-recorded videos as more positive or congenial to some of those videos, and then to hear some of the more candid thoughts on it, I thought was just nice to just get, a live take on something that might not have been recorded and edited multiple times over. I think it is really endearing to hear that kind of stuff.
I think he comes across better live. Sometimes
I
pre-recorded, he
think so,
sounds
too.
disconnected and disingenuous a little bit. It's just like I like we've played it enough, and he's been cool. He's never like complained about us playing it. And when we played his video, and his face was up there with the worst possible tile, he was laughing at himself. He was personally honorable, and he was personally self-effacing. We treated him in good faith, and so we had a major Star Trek source on here, and he was not in the Alamo about Kurtzman coming back at all. It seemed to me like he had heard that and repeated it because it was a good story. Anyone else?
He did like my super chat when I asked if 3 inverse versions of him really could cause an anti-time eruption. I'm glad he got it.
Yeah. And I don't mean to imply that like
On the episode with the Tachyon Pulse quote. Yeah, I turned off my mic and was laughing my ass off after I read it. I barely got through that super chat. That was a good one. When I saw it, I started laughing. Welshman, are you having fun? Star Trek has totally lost its way. We have some hope in the form of Star Trek United that we will be sharing with you. Still got the script you wrote for the 90s. As I said, Star Trek Magazine issue 2 is they were looking for new writers, but they did steal a lot and designed, and a lot appeared in Voyager, as I said in the films. You know what? If you were saying like that some ideas did get taken from fans, that's been alleged a lot of the new writers. I would say comb through the new Trek and see if you see anything familiar in there. And I guess, copyright your work. It's really important. It's just, how do you do it in a timely manner? I don't know.
Well, even if you do, you
copywriting.
got season 1 of Discovery and that whole kerfluffle that happened too. And
Right, where they're stealing
many
from
of
a
us are
video
not happy
game
with the
and being
result.
accused. One of the things that had to happen with Tachyon Pulse was in the first hour, he said he was only going to do an hour. And so I was trying to keep him on point and make sure he didn't take us down any paths where he was actually mistaken. Like, he was mistaken about like U.S. arbitration. Well, we would have to have a record of that. And I'm like, there's no way. No, it's arbitration.
Well, it could be his sources don't understand it very well. That's a tough subject.
Well, he's British too, right? So who knows what arbitration means to them? And just, as a really quick example, in America, in most states, driving while intoxicated is the lesser charge, and driving under the influence is the felony, correct?
I think it's
Depends
just
on
called
the
different
state.
things. Yeah.
Depends
In
on
New
the
York,
state.
in New York, it's reversed. Driving under the influence is like you might get a slap on the wrist for that. You were just a little buzzed. Driving while intoxicated, you were fucked up, and you're going to jail.
Well, California is just a DUI. Driving under the influence, there's no while and there's no DW.
Right. Right.
Okay, we have different. See, I think the Dewey doesn't sound as glamorous as the Dewey, but that's me. And if you look back in the 20th century, I never had one. But that's a story for a different Trek. Next week, the Kelvin movies. It should be fun. But I'm ready to accept praise now on our other viral guest. We had a guest on who goes 1,000,007 per video sometime. Neural Derp with those great CGI Star Trek videos.
He was wonderful.
He was a really nice person. He turned on the camera. He's 25 years old. He's a kid. He's worked in that field already. I would speculate possibly rendering cutscenes in video games.
Maybe.
He did a great job writing the world around him. He said, I live on the Redneck Riviera, and I thought, how do I apply Star Trek to my life? And if you thought about it, did you notice how well he spelled out his marketing plan, his approach, and he loves Star Trek, so it's not going to be a problem, but like how very businesslike and compartmentalized it is. He made money off of that, and good money, without ever going live.
Yeah.
He was live for the first time with us.
Wow.
Yeah. 64,000 subscribers, Neural Derp, these days. He put this show through his community tab, and I thank him for that. And if you're here because you're a fan of Neural Derp, I thank you. And if you're a fan of the Tachyon Pulse, I thank you for that too. Thanks a lot. Welcome. This is our weekly tradition. We're going to start doing it at 9 Eastern Standard Time now, which puts us exactly in the footprint of the old show and means that we can't go overtime, even though we are 7 minutes overtime, which means I kick it to Sean to say, have you been assigned a movie, sir?
I don't know. I wasn't on Wednesday. I missed because my wife and I went out to celebrate New Year, so I don't know what's coming up. Yeah, Happy New Year.
You and the wife.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a nice meal. So yeah, I don't know what movie's coming up.
Okay, cool. But you will be on. Is it Resurrection Rooster? Is that the name of the channel again?
Yeah. It's God, I can't think of an alternate name. Yeah.
I just thought, like, what's the inverse, but like somehow the same of Doomcock? It's Overlord DVD. Sean's going to be on there on Wednesday.
Dystopian penis, I guess.
You said it, not me. Okay, and we thank everyone who is here tonight, especially the new people here for the first time. Keep coming back. We have the most enthusiastic Star Trek show. Next week is going to be an outlier. Boy, I don't know. Before we go, though, let's just thank everyone from the bottom of our hearts. I wish all of you a Happy New Year. JT, I didn't wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you
yes,
too,
Happy
sir.
New Year as well.
And Happy Metric New Year to everybody in Canada. I know that it's now Metric New Year, and I want to be inclusive about that.
Dare you?
You know what? If the Canadians want to celebrate New Year's on their metric time, that's fine with me, right?
Sure. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
All right, fine. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for being here. You know where you love her, and you know what? We have a very special treat for the end of our shows. Sean made this video, and I have to thank him for it every time.
Incoming Sydney Sweeney video. Set burners to full. Lubrication supply sufficient for projected fapping level. Paper towels to standby. Turbo lift door secured and locked. Wives and girlfriend interruption probability at 12%. You may commence masturbatory actions at any time.
Guys, we need 4 likes to get to 30. If you're coming through later or if you're here now and you haven't liked it, please, every time we hit 30, we get a nice algorithmic push. It helps us get out there more. Last week's show was high quality enough to garner a bunch of subscribers. This week's, I'm sure, will do the same. We started the show with 3,083 subs. We're ending with 3,090. You know what? So, like, there's never been a better time to join. If you subscribe to the channel now, we're running a special. You can subscribe absolutely free. And if you turn on the notification bell, you'll know when we're on. We've moved back to 9 p.m. And with that, here comes the Sydney Sweeney video. In the words of Ozzy Osbourne, I really do love you all. And thank you so much. And thank you for an amazingly generous December where you guys were super cool to me. And we'll end with our Saving Star Trek bump. You know what? For those of you who came here for the Enterprise stuff, here's the intro to our Enterprise show. We'll end with that, and then we'll show you Sydney Sweeney.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Check the pin post on the Landman chat tomorrow around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6:30 or so. It goes up about an hour before the show. The Landman review is at 8 p.m. with our good friends. The Saving Star Trek show is brought to you by the genius of Gene Roddenberry and the support of viewers like you, including Ruby Hoove, Radioactive, T. Stark, CEO, in other words, Stark of Iron, our friend, The Dead Man, Radioactive, and I love you all. Can I finish?
Can I finish, please?